All right, we're going to bring this meeting to order at 8:37, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Where is the flag?
Oh, here.
Oh,
Hang on. Let me go grab it.
I don't see that.
And draw one.
Well, we could probably put one there too on the screen.
Oh,
There's one little one right there. It's just not hanging
Upside
right.
down.
It's upside down.
We were in distress. There.
Thank you.
Come on, baby. Ooh, okay.
Can you see? Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, folks. We get the picture. It's okay. I'm
Twisted up.
yeah. Get this right now. And you did turn the
That's
ball.
good.
There you go. Perfect.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Boy, I hope that's not a sign of the way things are going today.
I was gonna say it's Monday, but it's not.
It feels like Monday.
Public comment period. Any member of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you are addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you are requested to limit your comments to 3 minutes per member or 5 minutes per group. The public comment time is not for questions and answers. It is your time to express your views. To ensure there is adequate public comment time, please provide your name and address prior to the meeting by contacting the board assistant at 970-878-9683. If any member of the public would like to comment at this time, please state your name and address for the record.
Public comment?
I do. I have one. I just
Okay.
if anybody else.
Looks like we got one more, but come on up, then.
I can go first if they want.
No, that's fine. We'll let you go first.
Gonna answer either on if I could have extended time, so
Yes.
I will ask two because I have insomnia and I was up all night and I was kind of writing out what I wanted to say. Then I have been praying a lot this morning and I really want to adjust the tone of what I say because that is the right, I think that's what I want to convey is the tone. And so it might take a little bit longer just because I'm reading through what I did write, but I want to make sure that my tone is different than my middle of the night writing. Okay.
So we'll give you 10 minutes, Wendy. We have other public comments as well as we have interviews.
Okay, I do understand that. And I also wanted to know part of what I wanted to speak about, and I will, has to do with when I was at the budget meeting and I didn't get opportunity to do it like at all. So I just want that on record and, I do want to address that too. I did want to say congratulations to Callie and Jennifer for being elected. Congratulations. And I don't know anything about you except for what I've been reading about. And so I'm excited for your experience and what I did read about. And congratulations to you. I'm not upset that you guys went to the inauguration because Rio Blanco County was represented there and that's pretty cool. And I'm glad that you made sure that you had other networking meetings while you were there because that is important to us. I also wanted to acknowledge your many attributes, Jennifer. I wanted to say that you're incredibly intelligent. And you're very involved and informed on issues that are important and vital to Rio Blanco County, and rural Colorado and conservative political values. I have some disappointments too, but you had so much potential, and I am praying that changes. I just hope that the integrity gets better because, like Frank Hewitt, he's like, he didn't say you have potential to be a good commissioner. He said you are a good commissioner. And I think that all of those things are inside of you. And I'm just hoping that the integrity part changes. And I say that because when I had very first come to a meeting in September and I asked about very important things and the safety of kids, I was lied to, and it still hasn't been acknowledged, which that's part of integrity, doing the right thing no matter how hard it is. And it hasn't been corrected, which is the first part of moving on and getting better and moving forward. And so my hope and my prayer is that that changes. I don't know that it will, but I hope so, because you have all of the good things. It's like all of the good things inside of you. And I hope to see that grow. And I would really appreciate the acknowledgement and the apology. And I think that it would move our whole county forward, honestly. And give me some peace as far as me bothering you guys all the time, because I have all these concerns which just add up, you know? And it's not all you, not at all, but those are my concerns. Then I, and I say that to you, Vicky, too, because during that meeting too, it wasn't, you also didn't tell me that the Board of Human Services was the Board of County Commissioners, like at the January 14th meeting of this year, you guys, made, I mean, I can't think of the words, brain, but, and I want to make sure I'm skipping all of them. I did right. What did you guys, what is the word? You accepted, whatever, appointed the Board of County Commissioners again, but as the Board of Social Services, which is the same as EHS. And so I just really want to just hammer that down, that that's who you are. And I wish that the board and the county would acknowledge that. Then I wanted to say, I already hit, I'm happy that you guys went to the inauguration. I wanted to say too, with all the nuclear talk that we've seen online and whatever else, that personally, and I can probably speak for other people, that I think our nuclear energy talks should be very well advertised in Rio Blanco County and not just on the down low. And I understand, I was there when Matt Solomon came before and he was trying to fill everybody out and whatever. Like, I understand the point of that, but I think that Rio Blanco County citizens are, especially in the energy arena, are very intelligent and very well informed and are capable of being a part of the whole process. And having knowledge makes people less worried rather than being left in the dark and then hearing something here and there and from some other agency that it's online. So I would hope that those things are well advertised. And by that, I mean, not just on an agenda that goes out and maybe some people get the agendas in their email. I mean, like social media and like, hey guys, come talk. I think that would help bring community members, not only for nuclear talk, which I think is very important, but all of the talk in here, because our county is important and we're great and we're so different than the whole rest of the state. I also just want to put my 10 cents in on the nuclear part so far, and I know it's way, way early. Our area has a extraordinary amount of neurological diseases. Like, it is way outside of the norm. All of my neurologists talk about it. And it's this area. And so bringing something that is radioactive really concerns me personally, because I am personally affected, my children, my grandchildren, and our whole community. Many people with MS and Parkinson's and other terrible neurological diseases. So I think it's something to really consider, because it's not nuclear. We're not to the we're producing it. It's the we're storing it, and they're little tiny things the size of erasers cooling down. So that's my 10 cents there. Just letting my commissioners know. Just bear with me, guys. Then so I also wanted to say that I really appreciated the comment from Jenny. I put Jenny M because I couldn't remember her last name. Her public comment last time that where she had talked about transparency and she had talked about the ADA accessibility on the website. And I know that she had mentioned that she looked at other websites for other counties and they were far beyond us. And I have looked too, and they are far beyond us. And I just wanted to say that, and I'm not like, oh, I'm going to go call the ADA about it. I'm just like, it is just as bad to not have anything on your website as it is to have something that's not compliant. Like it's just as bad. So if you have the information there, the government also looks at how small we are and our resources and what we're doing and what our plan is. They do look at that, even if somebody complains about it. And so it's not going to be like you're done for and you have all these fines, but it's much better to have the information there than not. And so, and it helps with transparency. And I think that I know that I struggle just from September with really not feeling like there's a lot of transparency, and I'm hoping to build that relationship and not feel like that anymore. That's my hope and my prayer, and that was my prayers all morning. And so I wanted to say that I would recommend that all that information is up. It would help me look and not bother you if it's already there. You know what I'm saying? And it would help other people that are looking like the lady that spoke the last time. And also some of the things that there's like a link that doesn't go anywhere because, you know, everything's off and you're doing whatever. But I've been told I have to do a core request and pay money for things that I should be able to just look at our website and get. And I don't think that that is appropriate or fair. And I really do feel like that part is taking advantage of me. And the government should be very transparent with their past, their minutes. And other agencies in town that have a whole lot less money than Rio Blanco County have their whole budget packet or their whole board packet. Everybody can see whatever the board gets. And I think that that kind of transparency would really help the county like grow together. And I think that we could do so much better all together. And I'm requesting that. I don't know where you'll go with it, but I think that would help a lot in transparency, especially with all of the questions that I ask when it's financial or it's policy or what's happening here. And then also speaking of that, when I was at the last budget meeting, the adoption meeting, and I did have some questions. I want you to know, like I had tried, like normally, like for a long time, I had tried. There's no finance director for me to be able to call and ask. There's not one there. And I think you guys went through like 3 in a short amount of time. I'm not sure. I don't know all of the ins and outs of that, but so there's not one. And then you guys have a contracted intern.
Your time is up, Wendy.
Let me just finish because I didn't get to say anything at the last one because I was cut off and told that I couldn't ask questions when it was clearly on the agenda 3 times. I went through all of the avenues on the outside before I ever got to that meeting to try to get just my questions answered. Didn't necessarily need to file any objection, but it shouldn't be hard to just say, oh yeah, this, like, and the interim finance director, I was told she can't answer any questions because she's contracted, but she's the interim finance director, but she still can't answer questions because it'll cost us money. Then they said, well, ask Vicki. So I asked Vicki and I asked her a bunch of questions and she was able to answer some before the meeting, which you're welcome, because there were things that really needed to be addressed. I'm not trying to be prideful. I'm just saying, like, I'm not just babbling and saying things randomly and trying to poke at you. Like, they're important questions. Like, why is this amount 132,000 and not 138,000? Like, things that needed to be fixed. And then I had some other questions that were it could have been a simple answer like, oh, we just do this. I appreciate your hard work in trying to explain it to me. Like genuinely appreciate that. And I know that I take up a lot of your time. I feel like there's a lot of things that wouldn't be so hard if we could just have a conversation. Like Jenny, when she was at the last meeting, once she finished, she hurried and she read her thing and she finished. And then you guys said, hey, let's address some of these things. But that's not something that's happened with me. The first meeting, it was lying. And then, hey, get Vicky your questions. And then I did. And then it took a long time. And then I had to do a core request and pay all this money. And then the amount of hours like exponentially expanded after I paid some money. When the state, it cost me like $80 for a whole bunch of information and they didn't even know what I was looking for. So if there was just a conversation and somebody addressing things and talking, there would be a whole lot less of me being like, what's happening?
So Wendy, I do want to apologize that there was a misunderstanding between the State Board of Human Services, which is what I thought you were talking about, and then the Board of County Commissioners, Social Services. Those are two different boards. And so I would like to have the opportunity to sit down with you and explain those differences between the two and have a conversation with you so that we can talk one-on-one about what it is that you are needing from me. So I'm assuming Vicky has your phone number.
She does.
Okay.
You.
So I will give you a call and definitely reach out to you and have a conversation. But I do want to apologize that in the beginning, I thought you were talking about the State Board of Human Services, which is different than the Board of County Commissioners Social Services.
So I really appreciate that apology and maybe part of the conversation during that meeting. Maybe that's very true for a small part of that conversation. But I really want to be transparent and you guys to be transparent and back to the integrity.
We have people here that are here.
Integrity. We talked about
Wendy, we need to be done with this conversation right now because we've got other people that have public comments as well as we've got people that need to get back to work that have jobs that are here for interviews for boards.
I do appreciate that.
So let's be cognizant and respectful of their time.
Okay, I'm going to be cognizant and respectful, but I want to be very clear publicly because I'll have a conversation with you and I'm happy to. I understand a lot more than you think I do, even though it takes me a while. During that meeting, we all know that you guys said, no, the Board of Human Services, the Citizen Review Panel is the appointed Board of Human Services. We all know that what was said was not true and that you knew what I was talking about because we talked a while about it. So it wasn't like part of it. Yes, maybe you thought.
So
but
I don't want to
clear.
argue with you about it.
I understand.
We will sit down and have that conversation.
That's good. And I'm happy to do that, but I want to be very clear that wasn't just, that's not how that went.
Thank you.
Where did all of our YouTube videos go?
We really need to get,
Yeah.
you've got your next one.
So there's only 21 YouTube videos on the Rio Blanco County website when there used to be so many, including their work sessions.
So do we have any other public comments?
Yes, that's where I'm.
Yes.
I thank you for your
Thank you.
time. And you both have my number, so however that needs to work, I'm happy to have a conversation. And I appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Would I be disrespectful if I stood to talk to you?
Oh,
It doesn't work very good for me for very long, and I've just about sat long enough. I guess as you can tell, I'm a boarder out at the Columbine Park. And I talked to a couple of you previously. I moved here a year ago, and my business is training, raising, and showing horses. And we talked about the feasibility of that going on out at the park. And everybody said, yeah, you bet, no problem. Well, last summer, I tried to get some activities going and it didn't happen. And the one activity that we had said they won't never come back again. And it all is about maintenance stuff, and I'm wanting to find out if we can have a conversation about trying to implement some local, knowledgeable, experienced on-site management to take care of all this stuff, because nothing's being done out there, and the facility will not accommodate any kind of a event. There are people that'll ride out there, but overall, it's useless.
So have you had the opportunity to talk with Eric Hawkes, who's the,
One time,
okay,
just on the phone, but not about anything like this. At the time that I was trying to implement these activities, I'm guessing from the conversations I had with Cody Stewart that, well, and even with Eric Hawkes, that Eric Hawkes was on his way out. He no longer had any input on it. I went to Cody Stewart, told him what we wanted to do. Yeah, no problem, that nothing ever happened. And then when I found out that the other Eric was on board, this season was over by then. So as far as trying to do anything with him, I haven't. But the maintenance part of it, pretty much, I mean, Cody's done some things that I've asked him to do, but the big stuff that needs to be done in order to get the facility usable isn't being done. So I just wanted to find out if there was a conversation we could have down the line to see if we can implement any kind of on-site management out there.
yes, I will make sure that I coordinate a meeting between you, Eric, Vicky, and myself and have that conversation on what exactly.
That'd be wonderful. We could get something implemented prior to spring getting here. We might possibly be able to have enough activities out there to make that place function like it did when I was here prior. We used to have quite a bit of activities out there back in the 80s, right after it was built. And I mean, it was always busy. So I know it'll go. It's just a matter of getting it up to par. And if anybody needs my number, just let me know and I'll give it to you. Vicky has it. And just holler at me 24/7 anytime. We'll see what we can get worked out.
We'll get a meeting set up. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And
Did you have questions?
Is this it? I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Milton Mott.
Milton.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I grew up here. Finished school here and everything. So I'm pretty familiar with what it was 40 years ago, what we did then. And there's been a lot of changes, but I still see the feasibility of all this working. So
Thank you. I
And
just,
I
I
don't-
missed it. Sorry.
I don't want to be rude, but I have horses to get watered in
No,
this cold
we
weather.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Thank you. Any other public,
Well, thank you.
any other public comment?
Yeah, my name is James Bilbao. I live out here off of 139. Right up to 64, about a mile up the road. And when I come to speak about, because a lot of people have been talking on the Ranger Facebook page, and a lot of people are up in arms about this nuclear waste. Okay, we got over 90 miles of wide open place over there in Moffett County that can go, where there's no one. We're only, 50 miles from Beaker from here? Over there, there's 90 miles of no one. Okay. A lot of people are up in arms in here, and even business owners are up in arms in here about it. They don't want it. I know this is a long way off, but still, they don't want it. And I know the ramifications of nuclear. I got a brother that he either had to go into service or be drafted for Vietnam. Instead, he went into the Navy, went to the nuclear field, came out of the Navy, from being in the nuclear field in the Navy for 4 years. went to work for a nuclear power plant back east. Then he went to Palo Verde Nuclear Power Plant when it first opened up down there in Arizona. And then he retired from there. I was talking to him about it. And he said, well, if you got a dump, somebody accidentally dumps or spills, you got a problem. And it could be bad ramification. Everybody downstream and upstream from it. They like to put them places where there's very little people because there's less hollering going on, less news media, if there is a spill and all that. You don't need that. You'll ruin this town if something happens. It'll be gone. It'll be gone.
So before any decisions are ever made on something like that, the Board of County Commissioners would absolutely want public input. And as Wendy had said earlier, talking about the nuclear is making sure that we are putting that out there so that people can attend if that is something. Right now, we're just in the beginning stages of having that conversation. I would encourage you to go to the YouTube channel and watch those that we have already had conversations with a couple of people. So
Those weren't out there.
They're not
not on YouTube at all.
No, because I wanted to look at it and just tell people like, hey, here it is, you can watch, but it's not there.
Okay.
So, and the town doesn't have it either.
We have just started those conversations. We've only had maybe 2 meetings, 3 meetings,
We've had 2 so far.
How
2.
come the public wasn't invited?
We,
It was,
So-
you're abbreviating stuff. People don't know abbreviations. Tell them exactly.
Sure.
Clear
Sure.
what it's about. Don't say RSD or whatever, no, people don't understand that.
sure,
Tell them exactly what it is.
we
So if
appreciate that.
If I might, sir, because I wasn't commissioner at the time, but I've been sitting in the whole time. What I've gotten out of those meetings is that they're asking us what questions we think the community would need answered so that they can get the answers so that when we do have a public meeting, it's not just a matter of, well, we don't know, we got to get that information. It's when we have a public meeting, they'll have answers for you. That's my hope.
And the town of Rangeley and town of Meeker have both had meetings.
Yeah, so that's just my understanding of how it's proceeding.
The meeting are being abbreviated for what the meeting's about. They're not actually saying, oh, it's about nuclear waste. That's what we want to hear. We want to actually hear what it's about.
Well, it would be about
Okay.
nuclear, not nuclear waste. We were talking about nuclear.
It said waste on there.
Okay,
That's what everybody got out of it. It said nuclear waste.
It did say that.
On
So-
Facebook or?
On our,
So-
on our Facebook page, it did.
In the
Yeah.
article,
on the Facebook, that's not Rio Blanco County.
no, but in the article for the one, Doug, aren't you on one of those boards? Or-
AGMC.
There, so that one in the Northwest, my brain. There's acronyms, 2 different places, but I think they're working together, and I know you sit on one of those boards, but there was an article that did say waste, and when I was in the meeting, they did talk about waste. They did not talk about nuclear energy. They did say maybe we could talk about that, if possibilities here and there, but the big talk was about storing the waste.
I know nuclear plants aren't bad because my brother worked and he explained it all to me. And like I said, he's retired from nuclear. He did it all his life, ever since he was 18 years old, all the way till he retired just a year and a half ago. And he had to go in or he would be drafted into Vietnam. So that tells you how long he's been in it.
We appreciate your,
And
You
he said
bringing that to
nuclear
our
plants
attention.
are not bad. They are safe as they can be. But when it comes to waste, a little bit different story on that.
thank you. We appreciate that.
That's all I came here for.
Thank you.
One of your interviews may leave at 9, so I'm sure you'll be able to get through your interviews or not. We may have to reschedule.
Okay. And this is a tentative agenda which includes all information available as of January 23rd, 2025. The final tentative agenda will be posted at the RBC Historic Courthouse, 555 Main Street, Meeker, Colorado, and at the Rangeley Town Hall, 209 East Main Street, Rangeley. I would,
Madam Chair, I move to approve the January 2025 agenda, including any changes.
I would second.
staff, any questions from staff? Will you please call the roll, Missy?
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye.
Sturchfield.
We'll move on to the consent agenda, line item A.
I would move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any input from staff? Seeing none? Will you please call the roll?
O'Hare.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Sturchfield.
All right, that passes. We move on to line item 3, business interviews with board and commission applicants. So, we have listed here first Courtney Pell, but Courtney, is it okay if we do Di first? Because she's got to get back to work. Is that okay?
I also need you back.
Oh, you do, okay.
Let Courtney go.
Okay, come on up. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
So we're interviewing Courtney Pell for the Rangeley Library Board at 8:30. Sorry, it's past
It's 9
8:30.
o'clock.
9:06, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so I'm already a library board member, and so I just want to renew my board seat with them. I really like the Rangeley Library. I've gotten to learn all that the board does, and in my past years, I actually worked there for 4 to 6 years. I'm not exactly sure how many. But I worked there in the summer, helped with the summer reading carnival, did front office work and back office work, so I know how it works both ways. And now I take my daughter there, so it's a lot of fun. And so I just really want to renew my seat.
So Courtney, there's nothing that you would like to see change. You just like to continue with the way the board's going. And I might
Yeah.
add that I've heard a lot of good things about the Rangeley Library.
I really like how it's going. I like how we've been making improvements to the building. I don't know if you've been in there recently, but we decided to paint because it needed repainted badly. And then we just make small improvements throughout the building, order in new books, make sure that we have adequate funding for it, and just fix little things before big things break. I really like how that works. We did actually start offering, oh goodness, sorry. I think there's Wi-Fi now at the library, and that was not something that was available when I worked there. So those are things that we've been changing. I really like that. Maybe doing audiobooks that you can interlibrary loan online would be something that I want to implement, but we'll see if that happens. Other than that, I really like how the library runs, and it's a great place for my daughter to go. They do tons of little kid activities, and she loves going there. We pass by and she goes, "How about this way?" And she's 2.
So what's one thing that you've learned over the last, because you've been on there now a year,
Almost 2 years.
2 years, okay. Wow, time flies.
Yeah.
What's one thing that you've learned from being
Uh,
on this board?
The budgeting is crazy. Amaret does a fantastic job allocating the money. It's a very, very tight budget. Every single penny is spent very well. And we get budget cuts all the time, which is not something that affects the library as much. But when you look at the board packet, you can see where all of that money goes. And I really like seeing it be spent well.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't. Thank you.
Do you know if you're associated with the American Library Association?
I don't,
You do.
but I could
I'm
look
pretty
into
sure we
it.
are.
Okay,
Pretty sure we are.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yes,
Thank you
guys
for being willing to do it.
Thanks for getting me in, and that was all that I had to say. You guys have a fantastic day.
You too, thank you.
Apply. Appreciate it.
We'll see you.
Yeah.
We will move on to Diana Sizemore for the Planning Commission.
So, do you guys have any questions for me? I mean, I have a lot of experience with boards, other boards. I noticed Milt coming in, you know, we did away with the advisory council out at Columbine Park a few years ago. Maybe that shouldn't have happened. Because I think it keeps people more current on the condition out there, because it's been in desperate need of help. So you might want to keep up on that. As far as planning and zoning, I don't have a lot of experience with it, but it's something that I'm definitely interested in. I sit on the hospital board, and we just were kind of forced to purchase real estate in the community, and it was pretty pricey. And budget is everybody's problem, and every cent counts. And we've had to spend some money to create revenue streams for the hospital. So I have some interest in it. And I noticed there was an opening. And I was also approached about the advisory council at the college. And I already sit on the district board and the foundation board. And I really did not want to sit another board at the college. So here I am looking for a different avenue.
I guess I would just add, what would you like to accomplish? On the
Well, I have to
planning
get a knowledge base before I can accomplish anything, sister. So that's where I'm at. I'm looking for a knowledge base right now
board? Okay.
on the planning and the zoning of the community.
So why do you want on this board? This
For that
particular board?
specific reason. Well, number one, I didn't want to seat myself on another board at the college. I seat two. That's plenty. And the president approached me, and I told her I had interest in other areas, but you know, now I definitely can prove to her that I am seeking something else to do. But it's as a taxpayer, I need to serve, and I like to serve my community and my county. So I need a knowledge base on the planning commission is what I'm seeking.
So just to be blunt, you don't have a personal
No,
interest in
no,
that.
no,
You're
no.
just looking to serve.
I just spent a lot of the taxpayers' money on real estate, and I just want to check that zoning area, and just there's things I want to find out.
But-
And I think it's easier than trying to reach out sometimes to employees of the county or the city. I think it's just easier if you're there and you have a hands-on of the documents and the bylaws and articles of incorporation, things like that. So.
Can I say something about Diane? I know it's probably not kosher, but I want you to know that she serves all over our community in Rangeley and has for, I don't even know how her whole life, well, probably longer than I've been alive here in Rangeley, and has been such a blessing to our community. And I had the pleasure of her being one of my board members when I was compliance officer at the hospital, and she brings to the table a lot of good questions and balance to the board, where you have a lot of strong personalities. That's a board anyways, and she can really balance them out and keep them in line. So I would highly recommend Diane on any board that she ever requests to be on. You would be blessed to have her.
Thank you.
The end.
Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm the only girl on the hospital board.
They need her. Oh, boy, they need her.
There's some tough boys there.
Well, you answered my question already because I was going to ask, why do you want to be on this board? So
Okay,
you answered it. So
all right.
anything else?
No, I applaud you for trying to
Well,
help. the
Peggy
community.
Rector used to tell me I didn't do enough. Where is she today, right?
Thank you so
So
much.
thank you. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you. Keep up the good work, people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We next have Jamie Preciado for the Fair Board.
I'm Jamie Preciado, and good to meet you all, and those that I haven't met. And I've participated in the 4-H with my grandchildren for about 6 years now, and I'm very, very active with them. I also participate in the council meetings. I make most of those council meetings with my grandchildren and sit in on those. Over the last several years, I've been asked to participate on the fair board, and I've tossed it up several times, whether or not to, and there's always been folks that whenever I've attended the fairs and stuff, there's been folks there that, they've been handling it and very good as far as I'm concerned, but it seems like there's just a lack of people right now, getting involved, so I've been asked to put my name in the hat and see what I can do to help out, answer any questions, and just participate.
Do you have any questions?
So I guess, being a new commissioner, um, looking and trying to understand, so maybe you have this figured out already, or maybe you'll have to study it, but where the line and how the, I shouldn't say a line drawn, but how they cooperate with Fair Board, Fairgrounds, and Extension. As far as with the fair, what role does the Fair Board play in that?
When the fair comes around, we have to work all together. They have to have everything prepared and ready to go. So, the decisions that are made, it has to work together. Kind of struggling here a little bit.
No, that's okay. I like
Yeah.
say, because I'm still trying to figure that one out. So
Yeah.
I was just hoping maybe
Well,
your thoughts from a new outsider coming in too.
Yeah.
So
And
we're in the same boat.
And from what I've seen, as they put the fair on every year, the decisions that are being made, what's going to be done, how it's going to be planned out, they need to get together early on, and have it all ready to go. So, it can work together. That's bottom line is that, everybody needs to be informed on what's going on and the decisions that are being made. And agree, that, or find a compromise that'll work, on the different, decisions.
Amy, do you have the time to do this?
Uh,
It takes a lot of time for the fair board.
Yes, I do. I'm semi-retired. I work, with Big D's right now, and he gives me the freedom to come and go as I need. So yeah, I do have the time.
We appreciate Big D's and the employers that do let people do that.
Oh, yeah,
That's-
yeah.
That's huge and for the
Yeah, it
county.
helps out a lot.
Any other questions?
I would just say thank you for supporting your grandkids doing it. 'Cause I'm 4-H is where I come from too. So thank you for that. And thank you for being willing to do it. They bet.
Showing up as much as I can. I help them out with all their animals. A lot of their animals are kept at my house. And the meetings that we have, we have them around town, and I've had them at the house before too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Good program. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your time, and what you do.
I was just gonna say too, of course, I would also say that Jamie would be an excellent candidate because I have watched him through the years with 4-H also when my kids were still in 4-H and his kids helping everyone with 4-H, and I have known his daughters. I went to high school with them, and for a very long time, I think that he's an excellent candidate, and they are so dedicated to the kids, and already they do all the things. So, I vote Jamie.
Thank you.
We'll let you know as soon as we make our decisions. and
Okay.
appoint the
All right.
boards.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Next, we'll move on to, is it Andrea Brennan? Andrea?
That's on me.
That's not you.
Andrea, then?
I don't see her here.
Oh,
And-
I have her application.
Oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, you know
It's
who
heavy.
that is.
Yeah, I know who that is. No, she is not here. And Nick's not here either. Nicholas Preciado, which is Jamie's son.
We're a little bit early for his
His.
scheduled at 9:30.
Would you like me to try contacting Andrea? To see if she could be able to make it in?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you have her phone,
So
Yeah.
it should
Okay.
have her phone number on it.
thank you. So while we're waiting for those two, we'll go on to line item B.
Item B, Madam Chairman, I move to approve the BLM right-of-way temporary use permit. COC 56681 renewal for the Johnson Draw gravel pit.
I'd second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff conversation on this.
The only thing, it's a pretty standard one. It looks like we've done it before. Seems to be a renewal. It's for 25 years. To be able to use the gravel pit and go across the BLM property. So
Scott had written a note, the right of way with BLM is for county access to Johnson and West Johnson gravel pits.
Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Can you say your name?
Callie.
Well, no.
Scritchfield.
Your last name, just so I'm doing it
No,
right.
just fine. You're perfect. It's Scritchfield.
Scritchfield. Okay,
Mhm.
Scritchfield.
I.
Overton.
It's Aaron.
O'Haron.
You can say it.
They wouldn't let me last meeting.
Really?
Well, according to Robert's Rules of Order, actually, it is I, and then it's not nay, it's actually you're supposed to say if you're voting against it, according to Robert's Rules. Or I'm a nerd and I read those books, so good for you. All right.
Okay.
Next, we are going to have a discussion of the Rio Blanco County bead grant. So who is leading that discussion?
I can start off. Eric has joined us. Eric, I'll just let you take it from here.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
We can, and we can see you too.
Oh. So we received notice January 19th that our application for the bead grant was not selected and awarded. A couple of things there. One was in the notification, it said you were not selected for round one funding. At no time did the Colorado Broadband Office inform us that there would be 2 rounds of BEAD grants. All information regarding around the BEAD grants was that the Colorado Broadband Office was awarded $826 million for the BEAD grants to expand broadband services to Colorado addresses that were considered underserved or no service addresses. They informed us as if this was going to be a one and done program for the BEAD grant. And it wasn't until they sent the notice on January 19th that we were not selected for round one that they had advertised that there would be round 2 of the BEAD grant process. Over the last 2 years, starting in the fall of 2023, we went after a BEAD grant and we provided a large application for their CPF grant, which was the Capital Fund Project grant for broadband expansion with the Colorado Broadband Office. At that time, again, they had not given us the details that they were only going to award $115 million for the broadband expansion. During that grant process, the grant size of $20 million per application and no limits on how many applications you could submit would lead us to believe that there was going to be a sizable amount of money available for that grant process. At the end of the day, we were not awarded. We had submitted 2 projects totaling close to $38 million to expand broadband to the addresses outside of Rangeley and Meeker that we currently do not serve with fiber. We were not awarded it, and it was only until after they awarded the funds that they notified us that they were only awarding 115 million. And I believe the largest project in that grant funding was $11 million. Then we decided here at the beginning of 2024 that we would go after the BEAD grant. It was an extensive process. It's very complicated in nature on the requirements that the Colorado Broadband Office and the BEAD program requires for applicants to submit. There were a number of requirements of that grant application that raised a lot of concerns for myself and my team, and of course our county administration staff, including Don and Vicky on the legal side, that we were worried about whether or not the funds were going to be worth the cost of the requirements that they would have to submit. And some of those was the PUC filing, which is the Public Utility Commission filing. Currently, broadband is not considered a utility, but there was concern that by us submitting this grant process for the BEAD program, that we were opening ourselves up to maybe one day having to be a public utility, which hamstrings us in many ways with managing our network. The second, of course, was the way the financials worked with the BEAD grant. Not only would we have to, the requirement was for us to put a 25% match, we would also have to submit performance bonding, which means you have to pay for those bonds to have those funds secured for the total project value. And for example, we went after a 2.4 million total project value, so we would have to secure the funds of that. And those are expenditures that go out and don't ever get received. We had reached out to the broadband office a number of times with the fact that, as you know, being a government entity, we typically don't have to bond because we're a government. We don't fail, and this is much more towards private sector companies that are looking after securing public funds for projects. We got no type of communication back from the broadband office that they were going to forego the requirements of this. So we proceeded forward with submission without securing the surety bonds or the performance or the bonds that we needed, that they said were required in the BEAD. That didn't actually play into factor with our not being awarded the funds, but we did. It did weigh on our decision making, right? And it was part of the complicated process of this BEAD grant. Well, we see now that in round 2, there's some common sense being applied, and they're starting to waiver a lot of these items that was in the round 1 that just were overreaching or might not have been probably the best practices for a project like this. Well, one of the things to consider also during this BEAD grant is they had 800, I think it's between 826 and 865 million to award. They received over $2 billion in applications. So there is a high level of competitive nature for these grants. There's also some other things out there that I raise concerns about, with the fact that through that BEAD process, you're supposed to be required to receive the entities that you're working within support. For example, if another telecommunication company wanted to apply for the BEAD grant, by the very requirements of the BEAD program, they were to submit support from the local government. Well, at no point did any telecommunication company reach out to Rio Blanco County, the town of Rangeley, the town of Meeker, and ask for the support for them going after these subscriber addresses outside of Rangeley and Meeker that are available for this grant program. However, a company did submit, or somebody submitted an application for all areas in Rio Blanco County. And really, it's not a concern of ours. Like, we're happy that, you know, broadband's brought to Rio Blanco County, and the more options for the citizens of Rio Blanco County for their broadband services, the better. However, there is some concerns that the broadband office isn't holding true to their requirements of the BEAD program, and these are a number of my concerns through the program. So that comes into play of what is our next step forward. We have an option, of course. They just opened up the round 2 of the BEAD application. My first assessment is by the very confirmation from the broadband office, they're aware that they do not have enough funds to bring broadband to all of the addresses that are classified under underserved or non-served as addresses in Colorado. They already know that. They've already gone through round 1 and saw over $2 billion in applications going after these addresses where they only have, 860 plus or minus millions of dollars to do this. And now they're splitting that into another phase, and they're not being very transparent on who they awarded to, who applied for these. And then you take in consideration applying for these grants are not free. We need a lot of consultant support to apply for these. We need engineering services to map out how we address these addresses, the best feasible way to supply broadband to these addresses. The application process for these grants are highly complicated, very extensive in nature. And so we have to rely on some consultant services that come at $1 that we're not recouping over the last 2 processes that we've worked with Colorado Broadband Office. And second is it takes a lot of my team's support and time to gather the information on our side to be able to put these all together. And so with that being said, when I'm considering our options of going after round 2 or an alternative solution, which is what I'd like to propose to the board is we take the funds, and the funds that we were using for those match funds were tied to the grant, some money that we received during the COVID relief with ARPA and LATCF. And these funds have to be expended by the end of this year. That we take those funds, and in lieu of going after round 2 of BEAD, which isn't even supposed to be awarded till 2025, that we take those funds and we reallocate them to do improvements in our existing system, our network, to make sure that we're future-proofing our network and that we're making sure that we're staying ahead and doing our best to maintain and keep the system operating the best it can. Do I have any questions to this point? Have I put anyone to sleep?
No.
Eric, the funds that they're using for round 1, round 2 are federal money. Is that correct? And the state is administering it?
Yes, that is correct.
I attended a meeting with the broadband technical assistants last week, and those people feel that because of the change in administration in Washington, that there isn't even going to be money for round 2, that it's going to go away. So the money that we might spend to get ready for that would be a waste. Just to
And
tell you
I've
what I
heard I've heard the same thing. And matter of fact, I have asked Vicky to actually list all of our federal grants that we have so that we can look at what our budget is on those grants and making sure that, because it's not just this one, but multiple that we're feeling like they're going to be pulling it back. And Eric, as I'm looking at numbers here on the federal website, they awarded the state of Colorado over 826 million, but then they only awarded 12 million for the state digital. And there's actually, according to this, 3 rounds that they're going to be doing on these grants. So the possibility of us getting it, I would agree with you, Eric, is probably pretty slim.
Well, I think one of the things that, and Eric and I have talked about this, we have a little more flexibility, of course, just by self-funding it. We have funds that we need to use that we'd already allocated for the BEAD, for the grant match. And so I'm working with Lisa to nail down the exact figures. There was the way that the funds came in, there was two accounts that Ron has set up. And so it'll be with the treasurer saying, okay, of this bucket of funds that is in this one investment pool, how much of that is the original ARPA? And I think it's the ARPA is the one that we committed. Is that right, Eric? I don't think it was the LATCF. I think it was the ARPA.
Yes, I believe we committed 100% of the ARPA funds for the
Of the remaining ARPA that we had.
for
And
the
so,
remaining for the broadband.
right. So we used those funds for other, things that we were eligible for, public health and some other public health staffing. There was some software that was included in that, and it all had to be very specifically designed. The second bucket of funds that we got was not limited in time, and it was not specific to, it has to be used for X, Y, or Z. So that's why we want to in particular use those funds that we committed to the big grant for this. But then Eric, that would allow Eric to go out and get, specific things, whether he purchases supplies, things like that. Then we can identify where we need to use those funds, because we're gonna have to expend those funds, I believe, by December of 2025. So it fits well with what we can do, and then we can plan those projects accordingly. And we'll certainly use the strategic plan to balance that out.
I visited with Eric about this a little bit, and I applaud his approach, because we need to improve. We've got fiber to residents in Meeker and Rangeley and around, but that's amazing when you look at the other parts of the state. And we need to somehow keep that service, the technology there to do it correctly, so that we can maintain that and protect our investment. So I'm all for that. The only thing that I want to be cautious about and ask staff is there anything else in the county that we should put above this that we need? Where is this in our priority with the county?
Well, for those particular funds, you're limited to broadband infrastructure. I'm trying to think what else there was. There's like 3 things that you can use those funds for. And I can get that information for you, but it's not like you can use it as any other part. You can't build a bridge with it. You can't do,
Okay.
you can't hire staffing for another department. I mean, it's very restricted in what you can use those funds for.
We have until December 31st of 26 actually to expend those funds.
To expend those the small bucket funds. Okay.
The ARPA
I'm good
funds.
with-
The ARPA funds.
okay, well, but ARPA came out in 2 sections. I think one was restricted and one wasn't.
Okay.
So the first is the one that had the strings to
Restriction.
it, and then they opened it up further, but I'll get the details on that. Lisa and I will get you a detailed budget on that.
Anything else?
Yeah, so I appreciate, we got to make sure that if there is some higher needs other places in the county, that we definitely address those needs. My intention is to have a project presentation for the next board meeting on where we feel is the best allocation within the broadband office or the broadband enterprise of expending those funds and the biggest bang for our buck. We can take a look at that, and then that way, because a lot of these, there's broadband expansion going all over the United States, all over the world, and so there are some lead times on some equipment that if we were to move forward with doing an internal refresh of equipment, that we would need to get moving on it sooner than later, just given lead times and planning and implementation. And so I intend on having a project plan set for the board in the next board meeting to review, and so that if we answer the question, yes, we would like to continue to have these funds and expend them into the broadband office, I have the answer for you in the next board meeting. It says this is where we need to place it, and this is how it's going to look, so that we can get that moving as quickly as possible.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go back to our board interviews. Nicholas Preciado, Nick, come on up for the Fair Board.
Hello.
Good morning. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, no problem.
Can you tell us a little bit about why you want to be on the Fair Board?
So my boy started when he was 8 years old and he's now 16. I've been involved with it from pretty much day one. I've been parent advisor. Oh, I also did archery leader. But more and more, I see that it's not for the kids. And I want to become part of the board to help get it back for the kids. It's essentially more politics getting involved, and it's not kid politics, it's more adult politics that are getting involved in it. And my boy, and even some of the other kids I know, they help and I help out. They came up to me and said, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. We see the games, we see the politics going on. It's not even fair for us to try and go and compete at fair because it's set up the politics with it, the games. You get certain people on fair boards that should not be on that board because all they're doing is going for their own kid, not every kid that's in the county. I've seen that for the last few years. And I'm at the point now that it's like, you know what? I need to step in and try and help the best I can where I can. So I've been doing the superintendent duties for 6 years now.
At least 4.
Yeah, at least 4 for the swine. And I've also been stepping in other spots in the back of the barn as far as helping run the back of the barn for sale. Wherever I'm needed, I step in and help. I've actually gotten to know a lot of these kids. As you can probably see, the swine, I think I've stepped in, has dramatically grown to where the swine show can almost take up a full day of running the swine through there. But I also talked with a lot of kids, a lot of parents that are back there. And a lot of them, their kids are talking about not wanting to do fair no more because of it. So I want to try and do what I can to help. Because I've got younger kids. I've got extensive experience in animals, livestock, and I actually take my kids around the jackpots. And they rather do jackpots than come to the county fair.
Nicholas, how does this interact with 4-H? Are you thinking that politics is in the fair or the 4-H getting to the fair?
So the fair, it's the politics on the fair board and within it. The 4-H, it's got a lot of its own programs and issues that's going on within it. A lot of kids, they don't like the ones that are running 4-H program right now. My boy used to be part of the council for 4-H, and after last year, he said, no, I don't want to do it no more. I'm done with everything that they're wanting and all the headache that they're throwing at it. I know some parents that are the same way. Yeah, a number of different leaders that are ready to quit. I just heard of a couple leaders that went on Facebook and flat out said what they thought, and they're not leaders no more.
Just to comment, we need to know that kind of stuff. But you said something about the fair board and their kids. You're going to be in that situation too. How are you going to handle that different than they do?
Yeah. So the way I've been handling it as a superintendent is I look at it this way. My kids have to work their butts off. If they want to win, they have to earn it. And my boy and my kids can actually stand up here in front of you and they will tell you I will make them earn it if they want to win.
So if there's something comes up with your son and it comes to the board, how will you handle that?
If it comes to where the board needs to be involved, I will actually step back and leave it to the other members of the board to handle.
Okay. You have the time? You got a full-time job, but
I got a full-time job. I've got 4 kids that keep me running. And I also go back to school. I also went back to school, but I've got the time to do it. I do what I can within the 4-H program, but I go to every meetings that my kids have. And I step in wherever I can right now. During the summer, my kids aren't in sports, so it kind of helps out a little bit better. In the winter, I make time to do it.
well, the last question I have is sometimes when you get a father-son on boards, it's not a good fit because it causes problems. Well, how do you feel about that?
So I've actually used to work for my dad. Me and my dad have a really great relationship. I've seen, like we were talking about, father and son on board working with each other, and issues arise that cause problems with the father and son. Me and my dad have always worked good together. When it comes to working and being on boards and different things, we set our differences. So if we're having a dispute between each other, we set that off to the side. And we continue working for what needs to be done as a common goal.
So if your dad, if you've got an issue in the fair board, are you gonna follow him or you're gonna do your own thing?
Nope. Me and my dad, we think separately. He'll do what thinks is best, and I do what I think is what's best. And he's actually one of the guys that taught me to think for myself and not just follow.
Well, I appreciate you, your time and your wanting to do it.
Can I ask a question? Sure. Would you guys have enough for a forum or quorum, sorry, if, let's say one of your kids had an issue with the fair board, would they still have enough for a quorum if him and his dad had to step out?
It's a good question.
Sorry.
No, that's a good point, because I was thinking of him mainly, but the grandpa would be even the same situation.
They would still have a quorum because there's 9.
Yes.
As long as
Is there
there's
nine?
there.
Yes, there's 9,
Yeah.
so there would still be 7, so there would still be a quorum. I guess to add on another question is outside of your father, any other board member that you might see doing that where they're putting themselves before the kids, would you be able to address that with any board member?
Yes. Even in the past, I've brought it up to board members' attentions when I see other fair board members using their position to benefit their kid and play favoritism to their kid or their kid's friend or their niece and nephews, somebody that's related to them. I brought it up to the board and pointing out, hey, this is what's going on. Are you guys gonna say something? You guys gonna have a chat with the guy? I seen some stuff going last year that with one of the fair board members that I spoke up with. And I don't know where it landed after I brought it to a couple fair board members' attention. That one I can't tell you. But I know last year there was a fair board member that was giving the judge acts. And here recently I heard that the judge went and stayed the night at this fair board member's house. And to me, that's a conflict of interest. That's right there saying, hey, buddy, you choose my kid through this show and you place him and his animals high. I'll give you benefits in the end. I'm not one for that. And I've seen it over the years. Certain fair board members taking the judges out, or the kids hang out with the judges. I'm not one that wants to have that anywhere near involved with my kids. I teach my kids, you work for what you get. And if you want to be the grand champion, yes, you're gonna work your butt off.
Good values.
So, yeah, and I appreciate what you do. It sounds like your whole family and the dedication to 4-H is phenomenal. I would just echo my concern because I have spent my life working for and around and with boards. I'm very concerned about, I guess you call it nepotism. Everything is going good when it's going good, and when it goes south, it goes way south. So I would have real concerns with that. So I guess if it's not fair, your dad's not here. I didn't ask him that, but if just one of you was to be on the board, which one probably has the more time to be able to do that? You can throw him under the bus if you want him. He's not here. Sorry, I didn't ask him that.
I don't know what his time. He's good
And
when
that's
everything is
fair.
right now. It's kind of in that time frame of that year. He's taking care of what he needs to take care of, and I'm taking care of what I need to take care of, and somewhere in the crossing, we catch up. But right now, especially with my kids doing sports, he's tries to get caught up to come watch them. But then I try and chase my kids around on the weekends to wherever they're at.
Okay.
How old are your kids?
Oh, 16. One will just be turning 9, 7, and one that'll be turning 2. And every one of them have shown an interest into join livestock, all the way down to my 2-year-old that likes cows.
That's a good thing.
My oldest breeds and shows pigs, and my daughters are into wanting to show and breed lambs, and my oldest daughter's trying to even let me convince her to show and breed cows.
Can I say something? Or you guys get so tired of me, but you were talking about your concerns with nepotism. I was gonna say nepotism falls under when when a family member is reporting to their family member or somebody is above them, not just working at the same level on the board. And again, I had mentioned I've known the Preciados for a long time and watched them through there. And Nick and Jose, they were little tiny boys when I went to high school with his sisters. But Jamie and Nick both are obviously calm and soft spoken and able to reason things out. And I think that they're a good team. And I've watched it at fair, and I've watched them help the kids, and I've watched them make it about the kids. And I don't think that having them both on the same board, I think that they have a relationship that I've watched, that they are able to work it out and be cordial and keep the eyes on the children and not about prideful or winning or who's right and whatever else. Because the point of being on the board, as Nick said, was to make it about the kids and not the politics. So I would say that I've seen that in them, and so have many other people. Probably Melissa could speak up for that too. I'm not sure if you want to or not, that's up to you, but I think that it wouldn't really fall under nepotism necessarily. It would just be an agreement when they're on the board that, one, they would abstain, and two, like, just an agreement amongst the board members. What are we going to do about this? I think they would work out just fine. That's just my 10 cents.
Thank you. Anything else?
Finished. Thank you.
No, thank you. We appreciate it. We'll let you. Thank you. Not that I'm aware of.
So Andrea tried contacting me this morning because we were driving. I did not get the message. She has a sick kid at home. So I have told her that I would schedule her remotely for an interview during the next meeting in Meeker when we're doing the other board members.
Okay. Thank you. All righty, so we will be moving on to line item D.
Madam Chairman, I would move amending the governmental agreement with Garfield County for the provision of child support services. This was amended to have the correct year on the date and updated names of signatures.
A second time.
I have a motion and a second. Any conversations or questions from staff on this?
Basically what this is this is our annual agreement where Garfield County provides technicians for our child support services. It's a maximum $40,000 a year contract based on those services provided. It was done before. There was one place that the date showed 2024 rather than 2025, and then the updated Garfield County commissioners were not on there. So that was the old commissioners from that. So they resubmitted it for consideration.
What is the caseload? Do you know the caseload for Rio Blanco with child support?
It's not a heavy caseload. I do the attorney work for it, so they contact me. They submit the documents to me. I think I've got about actively we probably could have about 15 cases. They're not as active as what as far as enforcement regarding contempt citations and things like that some other counties are. They do quite a bit of modifications and try to work stipulations out with the families, but I don't know how aggressive they necessarily are.
And do we usually expend that whole 40,000 to them, or do you know?
I don't know that answer. I can find that out. but
Okay,
yeah,
I would like to know it.
Yeah, and I think
that-
we ought to find that out because it give us an idea of what we're getting for the money.
Mhm. Yeah, I guess that's where I'm, just because I had received a complaint about, and I'm having to be careful about their not, and I don't want to say aggressive, but using all of the resources that they have to get the money for a parent that should have been receiving money.
Well, and I know in the 15th Judicial District, they do file quite a bit. They do a lot more what I consider enforcement actions other than just the modification, going back to court and things like that, and establishing. They do contempts, and they do. If they're not paying, they're pretty aggressive with using administrative remedies such as pulling the driver's licenses and things like that. And what I see with Garfield County and the way they do it. And that's one of the things I kind of like to see more of that strong enforcement.
Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
No, if we don't do this contract, what happens?
Well, then we need to still provide. We're mandated to provide the services. So we would have to hire somebody and get them trained up as a technician and work it internally.
So this is basically the best way to go.
Yeah, we couldn't hire somebody to do it for 40,000 a year.
So this actually changed when I was a director. We had a lady that had retired, and she actually got awards all the time from the state for getting money for the parents that needed it. But it made the most sense for us to contract with Garfield and save the county some money in doing it. So yes, it does.
And I think with these cases too, when the judge sets an order that, that someone's going to pay X amount per month, it can go that way for a period of time. And so then you've got a technician there with nothing to do if you just take that one case, and then something changes, a job's lost or a job promotion or something like that, where the other side says, we need more money, or, I don't have any more money to give. So then you go to this whole battlefield of, going through all that process of the verifications and all that kind of stuff. So in the scheme of things, these are not cases that are constantly going. They ebb and flow, and you might have a time where there's nothing coming up on child support, and then all of a sudden you'll have a rash of them. So in the essence of partnering with a larger county, chances are they're going to have more of those things going on. Then you've got the full-time FTE that you can have to handle it
Yeah, and they're feast and famine, with
Yeah.
the other counties too. They, smaller counties, bigger counties, they have a caseload that's big enough that the smaller counties, they'll either be working their tail off or twiddling their thumbs, it seems.
Yeah. Anything else?
Will you please call the roll?
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Alrighty, motion passes. Moving on to line item E.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the contract amendment for the Psych Soma and Soul Therapy LLC, increasing the contract amount by 8,000 to a total of 16,000.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any questions on this from staff or any updates on this?
This is a core contract that we have. Torn Rikus is a therapist that we use, when we need to use him. He's got, works with children, works with parents, attachment issues, that type of stuff. The previous contract we had a difficult case that was requiring quite a bit of therapy. We came close to being out of the money that we originally allocated. And so we're just basically increasing the allocation amounts to hopefully carry through to the next fiscal year, which is the state fiscal year, not ours. So we still have 6 months to go with that. And that's the reason for the increase.
And this is a core contract.
Yes, it's a core contract.
So, question that I have is, with the clients that are having to see this therapist, are they Medicaid eligible? Do you know that information?
I don't.
Okay. I just think we need to be really cognizant, the caseworkers do, as well as the staff, of if they are Medicaid eligible, we really need to be using a Medicaid provider, if at all possible. I get that we're in a rural area, but, just as I had said in the budget is, the state is predicting that 1/6 is going to be county only dollars. And this is part of that money that they're talking about. And the state is really saying if they're Medicaid eligible, we really should be pushing towards that so that we're not using the core dollars for that. So I think we just need to be cognizant. I mean, that's a pretty big jump from 8,000 to you're doubling it. And
yeah,
they're predicting that,
yeah,
they're predicting us not getting as much.
No, and I agree with that. And I've mentioned that before, and I'll make sure to mention that again with Carmen and the caseworkers, that if we do have the ability to do Medicaid, that was one of the big things that I did on the adult protection a few years ago on the thing. And we need to try working it. One of the reasons because of the increase on this is the lack of the therapy providers. This is one of the few ones that we could actually have in Meeker outside of Mine Springs. This is a situation where there's a lot of different therapy components, so a lot of conflicts. So we are trying to, to minimize those conflicts, and everybody needs to have their own, so you don't have a conflict trying to have one therapist too many clients.
Thank you.
I have a question. With that therapist, does he travel to Rangeley too? Or just sees clients and
I don't know this therapist. I don't know.
Just because if he's gonna serve the whole county and then you're doubling it from 8,000 to 16,000, that's one thing. But if he's only serving one side of the county.
We're not providing him, the family that he has been providing services for stem from Rangeley. However, he's not a county. We're not providing him for the county. We're providing him for specific clients that he has to do, which is court order.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
We don't divide this end of the county and that end. Everybody gets everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought that made sense. Just he just had in Meeker, and then I thought.
So I have a question. So when we increase these contracts like this, whether it's this one or any other one, was this what was considered when we passed the budget? Was the 8,000 or the 16,000?
Well, no, actually, neither one specifically. What we do is we have a allocation from the state that goes to core services, which are the services that we use for reunification of families. And we use, so we can do a whole lot of different providers, therapy providers, visitation providers, other specialists that we need to do it from this core money. So when we find a need, because at the beginning of the year, you don't know exactly what.
So this is state money. This is not county money.
Well, we have a match on it. It's usually 80-20. The state has 80%. We always contribute at least 20%.
And the state runs on a different budget cycle, so
Yeah.
she would have already known, so it goes from July to June. So she would have already known like that she has this core allocation that she could increase because they can move that money around. If they're not using it in another core, then they move it over here. They just have to do it.
Yeah.
Notify the state.
I'm just meaning in general,
Yeah.
not core, not state.
Oh, yeah,
not whatever.
it's part
In
of
general,
the core.
Looking at the budget,
Yeah.
lady.
Yeah.
If when we approve it in the budget, when we start, because I know over the year, there's a lot of adjustments come.
Yeah.
So just making sure that
Well,
we
keep in your mind,
are
the
understanding.
DHS and actually for public health also are totally different animals than anything else. You can't compare that to the regular budget,
To the regular world.
to the regular world. Exactly, because
Not even close.
not even close. And again, those aren't funds that are sitting in a Rio Blanco County bank account.
Okay.
They're at the state. They say, we're going to allocate X amount for Rio Blanco County, X amount for Garfield County, X amount. And then they can even come back and that money can be less than what they allocated. And then they come back and say, sorry, we don't have as much money as we thought we had. Counties across the state pay more. So the other thing that Jen mentioned was about checking to make sure they're Medicaid eligible. The other part to that I've seen is private insurance. So if you have working parents, we need to make sure that we're billing the working parents, not just assume, their insurance companies are required to pay for some of these things. And that was one thing several years ago that we did have a very affluent family, but yet they weren't paying. We were taking that money out of core and we were able to catch it and say, no, this is something that, your insurance company must pay for.
Yeah. And those are the type of things we try to look at when we're getting services, whether or not they have private insurance, whether or not they qualify for Medicaid, and then, other core services. Let's say this one, for example, let's say this family successfully completed the services, or they did the other way. They got so bad that the court allowed us to terminate the treatment plans. And there's still money left here so that this particular therapist hadn't done. Well, that money will be back into the core services. And if we need another, type of therapy or another provider, then we can use that money for that provider. The way we do the core contracts, we do them as not to exceed an amount that and sometimes we're guessing because we don't know what we're going to need for the next year.
I understand.
Yeah.
I have a question again. So the county has to match, or there's a certain portion the county has to pay for the required care for the children for their behavioral health. But Colorado has the behavioral health laws that say that kids can be seen for behavioral health no matter what. But is it because they're DHS cases that it doesn't fall under that? That's ridiculous. We should talk to me about it.
The provider gets to get paid no matter what. So the provider has to be paid by somebody.
Of course, but I'm saying that, hold on, brain, that Colorado has these laws where kids can be seen for behavioral health, no matter what, they have to be seen, period. And so, depending on the age, their parents don't even have to know about it, right? But then our county has to pay money towards providing care for a client that's required as they should get that care.
If they're a case.
Yeah, their case. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
if
where the
they're a
county
case,
has to pay.
but our county has to pay for it.
I would
That's-
encourage you to talk to your legislators.
Real bother people.
I would love for you to.
Wonderful.
I will.
And I'm happy to because that's a bull monkey.
Well, that's why we're concerned about having insurance or Medicaid pay for this so that we can make sure our money goes farther.
Yeah, that makes Okay, so you tell me, I will bother people.
Okay.
Loudly,
Thank you.
because that's baloney.
Will you please call the roll? Spritzer,
I,
Overton,
Aye.
okay.
right.
All right, motion passes. Moving on to line item F.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the AAA grant award number 251116 between Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Colorado and the Rio Blanco County White River Roundup Program.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions from staff on this?
This is basically just our funding source for the White River Roundup and the senior nutrition program that falls within that. We have two sources of funding, and this is one of our major ones.
You know, just because this is something that falls under AGNC, the funding is going down and probably going to go down more. Is that going to, is the county we're going to have to pick that up, or we're going to have to do something?
Well, this one's for this amount of money, and I don't think this particular grant will go down, but yes, we're gonna have to probably prioritize and try to do cost savings and things like that as we have less and less money for these programs to decide whether the county wants to step in and replenish those funding sources if we want to reduce the amount of services that we can provide. But basically, all the budgetary considerations we have when the money's less.
Will you please call the roll? Overton,
Aye.
oh shoot, where am I? O'Hare,
Aye.
Spritzer,
I,
Motion passes. Moving on to line item G.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the 2024 CDOT HUTF submission report.
let me remind me what, I'll second, and then I'll remind me what HUTF is.
That is Highway Users Tax Fund, and everything is the same as last year, except for CR7 was widened with 1 foot width, which doesn't necessarily impact our cost, but it does report on that. So again, typically those roads will grow in width as they lay down new more, what is it called? Road stuff,
Yeah.
road base. Thank you.
But
So.
it could increase what we get for funds.
Right. But so that is something, and again, Highway Users Tax Fund is as if there's a shortage at the state, we can only assume that part of this will go down so they can reallocate those funds elsewhere. So again, that will be part of our strategic plan as we're looking to anticipate what do we do with continued decreases. I think it's important to know that we've got to have a plan. And if we get more money, great, here's how we can use those funds. If we get less money, we're not going to be happy, but how do we use those funds to be the most fiscally responsible, but also fair? So again, that's kind of that juggling act, but the vision plan and the each of your departments, as we figure out, okay, what does a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year plan look like on different scenarios, calculating that out so we have a good plan of action. So it's not a shock if we don't get the money. We've got a plan, and we're not going to be scrambling saying, okay, what are we going to cut now? We should have that already identified and laid out. It's not going to be good. It's not going to be happy, but at least we'll know what our options are. Hopefully that's the plan.
Okay, so sorry to take up time, just so that that I understand. So this is a report. We tell them how many miles, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
We will get refunded based on those miles until they don't have enough money. Is that how simple it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what I was understanding. I like to put it really simple.
Scott could probably talk about 3 hours to you about.
I don't want to. I just want to know what that short
Yes.
is.
So again, they're taking that Highway Users Tax Fund is for roads across the state.
Right.
And so that is allocated to each entity that has those.
I think if you look on the back of your registration, there'll be a little line item that says you pay this much on there for that.
And we get an annual report from CCI every year on how much we were allocated. And so we passed that along. So. Okay. All right.
All right.
Will you please call the roll?
Overton,
Aye.
Scritchfield,
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to line item H.
Madam Chair, I would move to approve the treasurer's semi-annual report.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions from staff on this?
That particular report is important to look at. That is our funds, the cash allocations that we have and where those funds are sitting at the different, entities.
Is there a way to see it bigger?
Right up.
I did, and it made it smaller.
it did?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like going, what?
In here, they are needing a
The
wet
red
signature
signature, so-
on this. So,
Big enough I could see it?
Oh,
Maybe.
there you
I
go.
know.
No.
No,
No,
that's the case.
so,
Oh, my God.
but you can,
I must be
use
getting
it-
old.
you can do a control and then roll your mouse to a larger to zoom it in. Should be.
And I do that. It just got really blurry on the
Oh,
screen.
yeah.
Yeah, the pixel level.
I have some stuff in my office that Vicky and I got from her the other day when we met with her that might answer your questions more.
Well, and again,
I-
this is not just, these are the funds that the treasurer is holding, not just for the county. These are the, town and Meeker special assessment, Eastern Rio Blanco. I mean, all the different, what the beginning balance was, the current tax amount, if there was any delinquent funds we hadn't received, receipts that she's received, transfers in and out. I mean, it's a big report, but it's very informative. So. And she does that twice a year.
Will you please call the roll? Richfield?
Aye.
Overton?
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to line item I.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the contract renewal with Phil Vaughn Construction Management, Inc.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments from staff on this one?
This is a not to exceed, a contract. It's $10,000, not to exceed. It's with the building department. It's a person that has some expertise in commercial planning, building stuff, and Matt contracts with him when he receives those type of building applications that need to be looked at for planning. And so.
When it exceeds Matt's capability.
Yeah, when it exceeds his capabilities, he hires Phil and Phil helps him with that.
Phil will also review plans and things like that for, now typically most of the fees that are charged on that is a pass-through. And so the, Phil Vaughn will pay for those large, we're talking commercial buildings where there's a lot of different facets going on. That is a pass-through. This is also for our building department to get that information that where Phil walks them through and says, this is what I'm looking at. These are the things that you're going to have to require changes. So. And Phil also was instrumental in the land and use regulations, so he knows our LUR backwards and forwards.
Will you please call the roll? Overton,
Aye.
O'Hairn.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item J.
Madam Chair, I would move the approval of the AIP. We have to figure out what that is, grant application with the Federal Aviation Administration for the 2025 Meeker Airport General Aviation, I think that is, ramp construction project.
I'll second it.
You have a motion and a second.
So for discussion, what, remind me, AIP.
I bet it's airport.
Airport improvement
Improvement.
plan.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And so
Did it say ramp reconstruction or ramp?
I think it's a new part of construction. I don't think it's.
Yeah, I think it's a addition onto the.
So big thing on there is you've got the GA versus the large
Is it-
apron
It's reconstruction.
reconstruction. Oh, it is.
It's already there. They're just going to improve.
Oh, okay. And
Um,
this is also has some match from us. It's 884,000 from the federal, 23,007 or 274 from us, and then the state would kick in another 23,274. So it's predominantly federal grant monies.
Other questions?
No, I'm good. We've been saving for that for a long time. Let's get it done.
Will you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item K.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the 2025 EEO-GA ramp reconstruction BIL grant application with Federal Aviation Administration for the 2025 EEO Meeker Airport GA ramp reconstruction.
Second.
Okay, what's EEO-GA?
Eric's back with us. Go ahead, Eric. Can you explain that one for us?
I'm guessing we're talking about line item J.
Okay.
Okay.
J is in,
Hey, we
K.
got through J, we're on K.
okay.
EEOGA, what is that?
So EEOGA. So EEO is the FAA naming for our Meeker Airport. So the official name for our Meeker Airport is the Rio Blanco County Meeker Airport Coulter Aviation Coulter Field, and the EEO is our FAA naming of that. So this is both of these grant applications are for the Meeker Airport GA ramp. What this application is this is going to the FAA and saying we are ready to use our bill and our entitlement funds for this GA ramp reconstruction. This is part of the paperwork process to get everything cleared out of the way so that we can get this project going here in the summer of 2025.
Eric, is that EEO, is that like a call sign or something?
It's like GJT for Grand Junction, I bet.
Yeah, so you'll see those like when you're looking in your secure in flight. So here in there in Rangeley, the Rangeley Airport is for Victor and then Oscar or VO.
Thanks, Eric.
Will you please call the roll?
O'Hare.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Motion passes. Moving on to line item L.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agreement between the Assessor's Office and the Digital Map Solutions.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions from staff on this one?
This is an annual contract for the assessor's office where they go in and help evaluate those commercial properties. The contract amount, I believe, went down just a smidge from last year's contract. So a little good news there.
And it is not to exceed too, isn't it?
It's not to exceed. And so he's never, that was actually part of another company, and then dad retired and then the son took it over and renamed it. So we've been actually doing business with them like 10 years, maybe longer. So they do a good job and very economical for Renee to be able to get her reports that she needs.
Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Scritchfield.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
O'Hare.
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to line item M.
Madam Chairman, I move to ratify a letter of support for Garfield and Eagle counties in requesting a halt to the additional gray wolf releases and enhanced protections against impacts.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions, on this from staff?
Interestingly, I got a call from Grand County's paralegal, I believe it's paralegal, and asking for copies of your letter. And they were drafting some additional letters. Their board has decided to hold off. They wanted to revise and rethink some of that, given with the federal push that they're getting on what they want to do. So anyways, it's just one of those things that just because we've got the number of wolves we've got now, there's still that precedent that says, do we push to keep them? So we say, that's it, no more until you figure it out? Or does it go to, the Department of the Interior? Do you push that hard? There's a lot of talk out there, and no one knowing exactly how, and then what's the ramifications, for instance, if there was a repeal of the legislation, or, it's a big item.
And I apologize for that, because I was talking to Merritt Linky that yesterday morning and told him I would send him that letter, and then I forgot.
That's okay.
So he couldn't get hold of me, and he bypassed me, so thank you.
Well, he didn't. I just talked with his paralegal or his admin. I'm not sure what she was, but we kind of had a good chuckle. So
No, it was good. We worked together in that playing field, and I hope someday it helps. The wolves are moving south.
Yeah.
Which I hate to wish any harm on anybody, but I think it makes the state more aware of the problems that they are going to create.
As soon as they get to Estes Park, that's when it'll be perfect.
Boulder would be better.
Did you say that the feds were pushing the wolves too? Did you?
No,
What you said? What
no,
did I-
there's actions pending. They're pushing their own actions.
For wolf introduction or the opposite?
Opposite,
Oh, good. Okay,
opposite.
thank you for that.
Mhm.
Will you please call the roll? Overton?
Right.
Okay.
Aye.
Scritchfield.
Motion passes. We do not have any resolutions. Line item 5, public hearings, there are none, so we will move on to other business. County administrator updates.
Well, commissioners, I feel pretty good. I got your report for second time in a row, I think, on time, not the day before. So it's been extremely busy. I was hoping that after the budget, it would slow down a little, but it hasn't, but that's okay. We'll continue to figure it out as we go along here. For the natural resources shared position, which is a big one for us, Vanessa and I and Laura met. We originally had, I believe, I want to say 12 applications.
Originally, there were 20 some applications and you guys
Narrowed it down to
6.
Well, yeah, so we narrowed it down and then we narrowed it down some more. And then we had 6 applicants that we chose to interview. Of the 6 that we tried scheduling for interviews, only 4 responded and got their, we did the actual interviews via the web. So Chrissy, have you contacted those?
I sent out emails to all of the no thank yous.
Okay.
Um,
There was just some, again, this is a very interesting position and we definitely need someone that's strong. And a lot of all the applicants that interviewed, they had some strengths and some weaknesses. We were able to narrow that down, and based on our recommendations, and we also had Alden Vandenbrink and Ron, what's his name?
I don't remember.
Did Ron Reich, did he help you?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no, from Forest Service?
Yes. And I'm driving.
No, something like,
Yes.
something like
Kuzma?
that. Something
Not
like
quite.
that.
And I'm
Something like
so
that.
sorry, I have his last name wrong. They sat in the interviews with us, and so it was very helpful to see it from their standpoint. And we all did kind of like a round robin question, and they provided a lot of valuable insight. So now the next step for this is that our Natural Resource Council, which is comprised of myself and Vanessa, is more of an advisory position, Commissioner Scritchfield, And then and I don't recall who it was from the Douglas Creek and White River Conservation Districts, who they've appointed to sit on the council.
I think Mark Etchart and I think Stu Massey, maybe.
Okay.
Not 100% sure on that, but I think.
So scheduling a meeting between the five, and then also both of our guest panelists said they would be happy to join that conversation if you'd like. But what we're going to ask is that the one person that really kind of fit the bill is that we're requesting that they write a white paper on a Rio Blanco County natural resource issue. And then they'll be provided the land and natural resources plan so that they can pull from that and actually prepare a white paper, which is a little more in depth than just I support this and we support that kind of thing. So it'll be a little more technical, but we really need to see that writing skill to make sure that what we're getting for this position is going to be a good fit. And I'm sure that the board will have some other questions, or the panel will have some other questions for them. So that one will be a big one. We really need that. So much of this comes down to, the letter writing and the explain this to us. And we have this new legislation that came down. What does that mean? How does that impact Rio Blanco County? So it'll be important for us to.
It's a really good idea to have them do the white paper.
The white paper will give us that strategic writing skill that we're looking for. So, for the emergency manager proposals, we opened bids. I did a pre-evaluation, to kind of get an idea of where we're at on it. The California fire certainly underscores how important it is to have a skilled emergency manager in place. It's important to note that out of a nationwide publication, we had originally 4, then 1 withdrew, and then we ended up with 3 proposals that came to the pre-bid conference. So with that, I mean, those applications, I would like to discuss more and set up a work session at the February meeting for us to go through that, and then possibly schedule a time interview for each one of them. And they probably will sit in on each other's, I would assume, so that you can ask them some of your own specific questions and drill down on, questions that I may have missed in the RFP. Because those definitely will be important. That again, this person is going to work for you. I would encourage that you include Sheriff Mazzola, Chief Poloni, and Chief Whiston. This is
LeBlue.
LeBlue. I'm sorry, LeBlue. Sorry about that.
You know, when you said that, I was like, I saw that on your update, and I'm like,
LeBlue. Sorry, messed that up. So, and Chief LeBlue, because they can offer some. This is a position that those 3 individuals will work hand in hand with at times, and they'll need to be in communication and have that comfort level, and they need to have that trust built in too. I think that's one of those things we'll have to develop that trust with each other. So that's what I'm recommending, if you would like me to proceed with that. And
So you're thinking work session first and then interviews? Is that what I
no,
understood?
well, the work session would be the interviews. The work session would be the interviews
Work session
with those 3 individuals.
And you'd have them all at the same time?
Well, we can
do it
schedule
like
it
we
different.
do, yeah.
We can do it like that, but again, they're probably going to be listening in. It's not going to be a quiet thing. I mean, it's going to be open to the public, and everybody can, y'all can ask your questions, make sure that it's addressing your needs and what you see is important. One thing I don't want to get caught too heavily on it, and is that it's not just a fire risk. There are other emergencies that take place. For instance, COVID was very directly had to be involved with, our public health ladies there. So, I mean, that was a public emergency. And so this position is going to have to be able to work with all different entities. And, could be flood, could be fire, could be the next bacterial strain or something that comes up that this individuals or this group, whoever the contractor is going to have to be able to address broad facets, not just what happens in a fire.
That could be a contractor that doesn't live here.
They could live here or they might not live here.
Okay. So
No
like
one applies.
functional exercises and stuff, would they come for it? Do you have anything that
Yeah.
you're gonna start to talk about requiring them to do or?
That's part of this discussion and part of the RFP. Again, no one from local applied for it. No one, so,
It's really qualified for Ty. Right?
well,
Gone.
I can't say that. So again, we put it out nationwide and those are our only 3 applicants.
So your work sessions are open to the public. Will the public be able to ask anything or just watch?
I will have to defer to the commissioners because it'll be their employee.
Would think it would depend on time. We don't have
Right.
time to go a long time.
Yeah.
I would encourage the public health and the road and bridge and some people like that to attend that.
What about the hospitals? Like, so I was part of incident command for COVID, and so that's why I'm asking for a lot of things. And then EMS, they did that too.
And I do have one question. Would we want to schedule this here in Rangeley? Or are we wanting to schedule that in Meeker if we do proceed in a work session?
I would say we need to get this nailed down as soon as possible. So the Meeker meeting on the 9th, 11th. I mean, because even then you might have more questions. We do have Ty Gates continue to notify the public. We continue to have Ty Gates as the interim emergency management to make sure that we're covered. He continues to answer emails. The flood of emails that we get for emergency management and our oil and gas companies filing their plans saying, okay, in an emergency, this is what's going to happen, or we've had a leak, or we've had this happen. All those things from emergency management standpoint, Ty has been continuing to handle and keeping us abreast and saying, okay, this is what we're going to need. I need that. I've worked with this person. We've solidified that. So having that, I can sleep at night knowing that we are not uncovered during this time period. Now, I hope that we can get, a contract nailed down with one of these 3 proposers in short order, because then there's going to be a ramp up time for that to become the new norm. Basically, there's going to be things that have to happen in that time period. Ty had already, said, no, I'm going to make sure that Rio Blanco is taken care of. If it's, we're going to make sure that is a smooth transition and have us up and running. But I think when you see the devastation that's going on in California, it's scary. It's just so scary. And an emergency manager is that person that helps you get through that in the best way possible.
Will Ty be there or online for the interview?
I would assume so, but I can't speak
I
for.
would just really encourage you to invite everyone that was part of the incident command for COVID, because they have experience there and have an idea of what needs to happen, like real time now.
Finance director position. We actually had Janae Stanworth that went to the hospital. Then after Janae, Colleen. And then Colleen went to the town of Rangeley. And so, I'm sorry, school district. Sorry, Rangeley School District. And since that time, we've not had success. We've had applicants, but they just weren't a good fit. Majority want to be remote. And so with that, we contracted originally when we knew we were going to have some weakness. We contracted with Lisa Heeman, who is a CPA, particularly trained in governmental accounting, and had audited, was a part of an audit group that audited county governments, city governments, special districts, those kinds of things. So she has vast knowledge. She is key to this whole plan of, how do we get where we get? Again, we're not having any applicants for it. We spent over $3,000 across the nation soliciting applicants, and unfortunately haven't met anyone that has the qualifications we require and the skill set or knowledge. So now we're going to start looking at some other options. I'm not really in a position right now to go down too far down that road just yet, but I will have some serious suggestions for you in February at the February board meeting of a plan to how we need to fix this up and move forward, because we're not moving forward looking for finance director. If a magical unicorn appears tomorrow, that would be fine. But again, it's just not happening. So we need to pivot a little bit. But again, we've got Lisa, who is just instrumental, and she is also represents or works with another county that has lost a finance director and has been longer without a finance director than what we have. So my goal is not to use Lisa indefinitely for the short time period. Yes, and she's willing to train up, and hopefully we can get someone in that position. Board applications and feedback. Just to let the commissioners know, I did have some comments about one of the things that we came up and said with the county boards. If they were wanting to get reappointed, they need to complete an application and come in for an interview. I did have a couple members that said, they already take so much time off of work that they would request that, that maybe if nothing's changed, that they can just submit a letter of interest that says nothing's changed on my resume. I'm still at the same point. And then, if there is applicants that you have more than those applicants, you have more applications than you have positions available, then do an interview. But where there's not applications in excess, that you just tell them whether they're reappointed or not, I guess. So I'm just passing that along to you guys. And I can see that we do ask our board, volunteer boards, they spend an astronomical amount of time serving the public, and with no compensation. So this does eat into their, as we saw with the interviews, it eats into their personal time and their business time. But again, you have to make a good decision on who you're appointing to those boards to represent your three interests, what you believe is the best fit in the direction for Rio Blanco County.
I don't know how to do that without interviewing them and talking to them. So if they don't have time to come in, I would go talk to them, but I do want to talk to them. I'm not comfortable with pointing somebody's name that I don't know.
Okay. Now you're talking reappointments also.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I'll go to them. If you just let me know.
Okay. Let's get down to strategic plan progress. At our last meeting, we reviewed part of the majority of the strategic plan, and this is the document that's going to help guide us. Jen, you had mentioned that the former Mesa County Commissioner
Janet Rowland.
Helps develop strategic plans. And I'm wondering if that might be an option once we kind of go through the rest of the documentation I have for you today. The next step is really refining those things. And that might be where we need some help. The directors that I've met with, they've all given what they thought their main goals will be. Again, for this conversation today, they're not required to be here, but it is one of those that we want to, you guys to start taking a look at what they believe should be their focus areas. And that starts that conversation where you guys can say, no, I really don't think we need to go down this road. I want to go down that road. Again, that this is your directional plan to me, to my directors, and then to our employees that are under that umbrella. The elected officials will also have they've all said that they would engage their own plan if they didn't already have one, and bring that so that we can umbrella them all together. But again, this part is your plan for the three of you to decide what's best. Leadership training. I'll be sending out a doodle poll to select a date for our leadership training course through Trust Leadership Collective. This will be a one-day workshop for approximately 30 county employees. That'll include the commissioners, the directors, myself, the first or second in commands, to learn how to communicate better with each other, both in writing and in person. And, how do we obtain that clarity of purpose that we need to go forward with the strategic plan? Again, those communications are going to be important. It also shows you, I did this course at one of my conferences during the summer with the Colorado County Managers Association, and it was very informative, working with people that you don't really know and how there are certain tools that you can add in your toolbox to say, okay, now I'm going to be dealing with someone that's very shy. How do I not overpower them? And it's really, you have to learn what your own behaviors are first, and you have to recognize those. And it's uncomfortable and no one wants to do it, but we're going to get past that. And some people have said, oh, I've done them a million times, and that's fine. You got to remember, not everybody has. And so, this kind of evens out that playing field. I'm really excited for it. Along with this, this is just a 1-day course, but through that, then you get insights through that team member. So on the 30, you'll be getting emails on a daily or weekly basis that says, if you have a meeting with so-and-so, this is how they interpret information. And then you could say, I need to discipline somebody. How do I do that? And it'll help you, give you those points to speak to that person effectively and not take your own biases into account. So it really is very informative. But then there will also be other things in there as far as evaluations. How do you create a fair and effective evaluation of employees? How do you do, there's just a broad range of things that these courses will do. And again, we're going to start with this design. We may end up adding more courses as we go on next year in next year's budget. So this is within our 2025 budget for training.
So is that different than what Rangeley and Meeker are doing? Thursday-ish, I think is what.
So those are put on by the Chamber of Commerce, both
Okay.
here and in Meeker, and I believe that they're both open to the public.
Okay. I just wondered if they were the same.
I don't think that it.
Don't think it is.
Direct,
but
okay.
I'm not positive
Okay.
on that.
This one will require some serious homework. So there are there is some evaluations and things you have to do in advance. And it will really, he's pretty blatant about it. And he says, these are the people that did not complete the homework assignments. And the reason why is because if it's not effective, if you're not actually putting the time and effort into it, you might as well not show up, because it's not going to be effective. But where it becomes effective is when we've all put in the time, even if we're uncomfortable with it, or even if we've done a million of them before. These assessments will help us grow in the future to be better leaders. So it will, and again, there's like 4 different assessments that you take, and then it helps in that communication phase and that leadership phase. So,
Say your directors and department heads are all going to that?
well, the directors are in charge of deciding who they want from their departments to
Or will
attend.
they go themselves?
Yeah, the commissioners,
No, no, no,
the
no.
directors, myself, and the
like-
department.
The director of this department or the director of that department, will they go?
That's up to the 4 that are under under my umbrella. That's up for them to decide of who they think needs to attend those courses.
And
Again, we have
will
up to
you
30.
decide if they need to attend it?
The 4 are already, the 4 plus the commissioners are attending. We're attend as a group.
Okay.
So she's saying that she's gonna go, the 4 directors are gonna go, and the commissioner for the fall.
Who are the 4 directors? Maybe I'm missing that piece.
That's Doug, Dawn, Scott, so Lon Stearman, Scott Marsh, Eric Jaquez, and Leaf Joy.
Okay.
And that encompasses all of the departments that are under the county commissioners.
Okay. Okay, and so Dawn and everybody, you will each decide who you want to go to the.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
So there could be some that they say, no, this person needs to do something else or something. So, but I will send a doodle poll to try and get the best date. And of course, as anything, everybody knows, I mean, there could be a reason why someone may or may not be able to attend. So we'll have to try and catch that up and make it the most effective that we can. Miscellaneous topics. So this is a big one, ADA, and I apologize, I'm taking a little bit of time, but the ADA, of course, comes up to be an issue. And just to correct a few things, and Don, please correct me if I'm incorrect. The statute says we don't have to remove, number one, there's nothing that says that Rio Blanco County has to have a website. It's not statutorily mandated. We do want to have a website, but we do want to protect the citizens of Rio Blanco.
Mhm.
So here's when we originally started this, was before OIT actually even got involved. And we said, how do we address this legislation that came up in 21, knowing that it was going to be coming down the pike? And we took a look at our website, and with our IT's help, they said, here's the number one thing that gets hit on the Rio Blanco County website by infinite numbers. It's the website camera on top of the courthouse. Number one. That is number one by a long
On
margin.
top of it, like outside?
That's outside and it looks down to the courthouse square.
Okay.
This
Like by hundreds.
Hundreds.
Views.
Of views.
Like,
That's what people click on the Rio Blanco County website. And that's what it always had. And we're talking back from when it was originally created. The second most active website is the assessor's website for property valuations. And we understand that is, and that so you've got a huge jump and then you get to the assessor's website. The information there is critical, and we have prioritized that in our plan that says what items we're going to take the things that are the most critical in nature, that the higher number of people have tried accessing historically, work on those first. Way down the line, way down the line. Again, we get to some of the things like the commissioner's agendas, which we've fixed that. The agendas are online. Chrissy and I and Laura have worked extensively on our new program, which I'm so excited for, is a PDF remediation program. Again, we're making progress. We had to get the software in place to be able to take one document and make it ADA accessible. It's taking us, I don't know, Chrissy, an agenda. How long did it take you to do the agenda this week?
This week's agenda, because I had some complications with where it went from one page with the list to the second page carrying on with the list. It took me about 30 to 45 minutes to remediate the 3-page document. And it's one of the simpler ones. The least I've ever had that has taken me was the special notices, and it still took me 5 minutes between printing it out as a PDF, loading it into the system, remediating it, getting it printed out, like downloading the remediated copy and put back on. It's 5 minutes is like a very, very quick time. It normally would be, I guess, 10 to 15 minutes for a single page. So when you do, and that is the system doing the majority of the work for me. I do have to go in and do like the logos. We have to manually enter those. You have to make sure that the reading order is correct. There's a lot more to it than what I would ever guess. You think it's quick and easy, but
We thought we were doing ADA remediation and we found out there was a whole nother some levels that we were missing. So it, again, one of the things, because with our new company, we had some struggles getting that implemented. We signed the contract in December. We've started remediating 1st of January, still had some issues with things not looking right on our screen. So we sent them this document, which is our land and natural resources plan and policies. They gave us a discount. So this is actually a 100-page document. It looks like close to 100 pages. They have agreed to remediate it for $444. So what that was discounted. I'm sure it probably would have cost over $1,000. Yeah. But again, that's Rio Blanco County taxpayers' money that's going to go to pay for this. It's not my money. It's not your money. This is Rio Blanco County taxpayers' money. So as we get better at remediating the agendas, the clerk's minutes, the resolutions, we will start to add those things back out. But we want to make sure that we're doing it responsibly. Because one of the other things that just came out was new legislation. This new legislation, again, there's nothing, we don't want to ever give the impression that we're against ADA in any way, but we have to be fair for all Rio Blanco County citizens. And again, that's one of the things that there's a misconception is that OIT sent us an email that said, you don't have to remove everything from your website. You just have to show that you've made progress.
Yeah.
But that progress, who determines that progress? That's the state of Colorado in a lawsuit.
Well,
You have to get sued. You'll get sued. They can take you to court. And then you have the opportunity to say, we've been doing this. We've been trying our best to get this remediated. And then the court will decide whether that is, if you've done enough.
Is it
So,
good?
yeah, and that is the court will look if it gets that far, if it's reasonable or not, and if you are being reasonable. So I would just encourage you that.
But are
I've
you
been
willing?
through a lot of that stuff at the hospital that it sounds very scary. Definitely do everything you can to be on point, but just to encourage you, like they do look at your reasonable effort.
I do want to make one comment if I could, please. I discussed, or I actually made the comment earlier. The way I look at it is what's reasonable to you and I might not be reasonable to the judge or the people sitting on the jury during this meeting. So there was a person, and I remember it being all over the news, they broke into somebody's house. They cut themselves. They went to the emergency room and then they sued the homeowner for their injury, and the homeowner lost. They had to pay the thief for all of the medical bills and everything else like that. So what's reasonable to you and I may not be reasonable to somebody else. You've got to take the worst case scenario potential and think
So,
about that option.
Risk assessment, yes, but like the OIG for a required compliance plan, they look at your resources, and if you're small or you're big and you have money or you don't, and there's people wearing 1,000 hats or not, and they're a federal, like, so the OCR and the ADA are a federal program, and they have statutes in what they think is reasonable. And so there's a civil court and then there's the ADA. So I'm just saying,
The Colorado statute, the new Colorado statute that requires website remediation is a lot higher standard than the federal. It's not
okay,
based on the federal.
Stringent.
So it is much more restrictive. It's much easier for somebody to sue. And the county has to do so much more, or not just the county, any special district, any city, any town, any governmental entity that has a social or excuse me, a website or other electronic media presence has a lot higher standard than the federal does. So the laws that applied for the last 50 years in federal ADA is no longer as applicable in the state of Colorado in regarding the electronic dissemination of information by governmental entities.
okay.
And my whole part to that is, if we're going to spend money on, would you rather spend money on the website, or are we going to have to use these limited resources on other things? And as the state continues to do unfunded mandates, we have to figure out where that money is going to be spent. Last time Callie had asked for a list of proving how this is going to, if all these lawsuits could be opened up, we're going to have to settle or not. Again, if we're not going to get penalized by the state. That would have been an easy factor. This is people suing. And if you don't want me to sue you, send me my check for $3,500. I'll go away. Perfect. Here's your check for $3,500. We are trying to protect the citizens of Rio Blanco County while not employing extra staffing to rebuild and finish out the website. We are doing it slowly. We will eventually build out our website to a point where the most important information, the most highly requested information is out there. And that's going to be part paying for it, sending this out and saying, you make sure it's ADA accessible. Then we get the link, we put it out. Chrissy and I working through those documents. That takes money. That takes us away from doing everything else. So we have to balance the website and what information is out there versus our resources and what other mandates and things do we need to work at. Again, the website is not statutorily required. We don't have to have a website, but we do have to make sure that our doors are wide enough for a wheelchair. We do have to make sure that this happens and that happens. So again, it is a cost measure, and I hope that in short order we will have it built out. But I can't say that we're going to put everything out there that was ever out there.
I would like to say that, they keep comparing us to other counties and saying that we're behind. We're not. I think we're ahead. And the reason I think we're ahead is because we are actively, we've had bunches of meetings and legal advice and things to get where we're at. And these other counties that are not doing anything are going to have a judge tell them whether they are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and they're going to spend money to get that far. So I think that fiscally responsible, we are doing the right thing in Rio Blanco County. And of course we won't know until
July 1.
till the end, but, or even after July 1, but I think that we're doing the right thing, and I'm thinking we're doing the right thing for the county and the money.
Well, let me just say one thing that I think is not accessible, is that have been taken off of the website, and the website's not required, and I understand that. However, things like minutes, if they should be openly accessible and people in Meeker can head on over to the courthouse or whatever, or you can just shoot an email, but if they have to pay for a core request, one, that's not okay. And two, say you have to go to Meeker. I can't, like, it's hard for me to go anywhere outside of our town. So if those things that were on your website are not accessible to me. So if you have them on your website and you haven't converted them yet, you have that one problem. But the other problem is the things that the citizens need to see or request to see that should be open and accessible aren't. So it's like, I guess I just don't understand why the things that were on there can't just be there, and you can slowly and methodically work through it, which I think is great, and you should be careful. But like, either way, you can have a big problem or a lawsuit because those things aren't accessible, or the way that it's being portrayed isn't accessible, because I can tell you that I have asked, and requiring me to go through hoops like core requests for things that were just on the website is, well, that's not.
We will have future discussions, and as we develop this on, again, I want to see how long it takes to get the LNRP remediated. And when we get that, then we'll push that to the districts. And then we'll continue to work the plan that we have, but we'll have more meetings on that.
Very good.
I think that was it. That's it for me.
Any questions? No, what do I
think so.
No,
Not
I'm-
perfectly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
Alrighty, moving on to line item B, county commissioner updates.
Want me to start?
Sure.
Okay, so I attended AGNC legislation board or legislation meeting that happens once a week. And I'm upset the whole day with the stuff that they're trying to, the stuff that those guys, I think we should limit the legislation to 1 week over there or something. And anyway, anyway, that's becoming more and more difficult to keep up with those guys. Then I met with, there's a ballot initiative by some people on the eastern slope to try and reverse the wolf thing. And I met with, there was a group from AGNC that were really concerned about this because we didn't think they were doing it right and they were going to mess it all up. And so we met with them and got them to change their wording and stuff, but let them know that that's not the way to do it. But there's nothing we can do about it. We're just really concerned that we're going to get some problems there. Anyway, we had a meeting with that. And then I met with Vicky to go over things for our weekly meeting. I went to the EMS council for the first meeting and everything's going pretty smooth there. I did attend that broadband technical assistance that I talked about earlier, and that stuff in the state of Colorado is going to depend on the federal money coming in, and we're kind of all holding our breath seeing what's happening there, but we all know that's gonna kind of go away. So there's both sides of you where you want the money, but the conservative side of you says they need to cut back. So we'll see what comes of that. I also went on a Zoom meeting with Mind Springs Health meet and greet. And Mind Springs is trying to get established again. And I did it mainly because Jennifer knows that stuff, but I don't. So I'm trying to learn that stuff more. but they caught a lot of hell on that meeting. They are trying to get back into Northwest Colorado, but they're not doing their job. They're not out there. And so it was pretty much a meeting with people bitching is what it was. And I don't know that they wanted it to be that way, but that's the way that it ended up. But maybe that will do some good. I don't know.
Were you able to meet the new?
Yeah, she was there.
He was there. Okay.
Yeah, they had a panel there, and he was taking notes. So
Because the previous one already left. Now
Yeah.
we've got a new one.
Yeah.
They've changed hands a lot lately, and that's part of the problem, in my opinion.
yeah, I just can't. It took too long to go over all of the problems they're having, but we all know what that is. But they're trying, so let's give them a hand up and see if we can get something going because we need it. That's all I have.
We'll go next.
Sure. So, right directly after the last commissioner meeting, went to the CCI training for new commissioners, where there were 59 of us. Quite a few new commissioners this year. So, covered a lot. I will say, I mean, it is pretty overwhelming. And I can't imagine those people that have had no introduction, which I know there was a number of them. But, but it was good. Get to know the staff and who does what and who we can reach out to. Just as a follow-up to the last meeting, unfortunately, Jennifer and I did not get to go to the inauguration. When they moved it inside, our tickets were not good for inside. And so we would have been in Washington, D.C. watching it from a hotel room. So we chose not to go. Unfortunately, so that made the cancellation of the other meeting as well. Then instead of going to Washington, D.C., I went to the Colorado Cattlemen's Midwinter Convention. I am their water chair there. But I attended the Wildlife Committee, much conversation about wolves. And then the Federal Lands Committee. And I will say one of the main reasons that I think it's so critical, I've always went to those meetings for years and will continue to go to them, is at their Public Lands Committee meeting, we have the state BLM director is there, and you get to talk to them directly and all of their state level staff. Forest Service regional directors are there and hear those conversations and interact with them. And hear from the real producers that are living with it on the ground, whatever they're doing. So those are very, very beneficial. Of course, we always have to have the conversation about the wild horses, and they always look at me when they're in the room. And then water, I think I might have mentioned I'm the water chair. Unfortunately, they had the wildlife and the water at the same time this time, so I jumped out from being chair and went to the wildlife to have the conversations about the wolves. Yes, there is, if you hear the discussion of we've all said, wouldn't it be nice if we could repeal this, the ballot initiative, if we had another ballot initiative that repealed it. If we do that, there's no way of getting rid of the 29 wolves that we have in the state now. And we would do away with the requirement that CPW has to pay producers for the death of livestock. So we would be shooting ourselves in the foot in a big way to repeal that. So while it sounds great, the ramification, the unintended consequences are significant there. I would say the same thing when it comes down to the federal delisting of wolves. Right now, that is not going to help Colorado because that turns full administration of it over to the state rather than the feds. While the state's managing it right now, if things get bad enough, the feds can still step in and take and help with the wolves that are depredating too much. If they delist the wolves, they cannot do that. So those are some significant issues we need to deal with. Then I attended the Northwest CDC board member training. I guess it wasn't a board meeting. Had some discussions with constituents on water issues. Did attend the CCI's Colorado Department of Agriculture update and CCI steering committee legislative briefing. And then trying to get settled into my office. And Jennifer and I'll head to the CCI committee meetings tomorrow for the rest of the week. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So I had a meeting with a fair board member with the possibility of the openings coming up, and that's why we were interviewing today, because we had some open positions. And how fair is going to look this year. And so I unfortunately had to pawn a lot of that off onto Vicky. So Vicky is working on some of those questions that that fair board member had. I attended the Northwest TPR meeting. We went over what our priorities are in each of the counties as far as roads. And I can say that at least on this side, they did specifically say that they are looking at 139 and making sure that trying to figure out how they can make that a priority. And when I say they, CDOT. So it was on their list of priorities to get 139 fixed. The other one that's a big push, and Senator Roberts, as well as Representative Lukens on 40. There's some major work that needs to be done there, and they're pushing to make sure that 40 gets fixed as well. I attended a handful of CCI meetings. I attended a working group for work allocation committee, which is the WAC or DHS. I didn't attend the inauguration, unfortunately. So my plan is still to meet with the Department of Energy interim director when I go over for NACO's legislative committee meetings in DC at the end of February. So her and I still are going to meet to talk about what our plans for energy are on this side of the country. Met with Vicky. I had a Bell board meeting over in Glenwood Springs. I met with staff, and my last thing to report is I met with Andrew Browning, who is our president for Western State Tribal Nations. I know that there's always questions around us being part of that group. I think that the work that they are doing is right now more than ever going to be very important with Trump's signing of continuing opening back up. Biden had closed down the LNG study, which is liquid natural gas study. Biden had closed that down. Trump opened it back up. So Andrew Browning and I had a meeting yesterday to talk about what that potentially could mean with a study that Western State Tribal Nations had already been doing with other states, and wanting to know if Colorado also wants to be included in that study. And so in finding funding for that, I'm going to be reaching out to OJT, Jennifer Peroni, as well as Dana with DOLA to see if there's potentially any grants that we could get to be included in this study. I would really like to see us be part of that, if at all possible. So more to come on that, as well as because Trump opened up the LNG study, Western States is highly involved. They extended the comment period for that study, and we have until March 4th to give them any input or insights. And so if we want to do that, I don't know who we would get to do that. I don't know if we'd bring Matt into that conversation, who we would bring into that conversation, because right now Chelsea Mirna, who is our representative on Western State Tribal Nation, is on maternity leave. So she's not available to us. And so she's our expert, and she is my go-to anytime I need to do anything with oil and gas. She has taught me so much, but she is gone right now. So I plan on still trying to reach out to her to see who her second in command is, that maybe I can reach out to that person and find out what we need to do, what we need to be saying in these public comment period. We have until March 4th. So I'm going to be scrambling to get that done.
What is that study?
Well, I was gonna say, just for the public, let me expand on
Thank you.
what that is. So when Jeff Rector was a commissioner, he tried to get it to where we could sell natural gas produced in Rio Blanco County and pipeline it to Oregon and into a natural gas facility that puts it into liquid and then sell it to other countries. Oregon shut us down. So Jeff then went south and started working with this tribal nation who actually has a port in Mexico. And it's looking good. They're doing well and they're building pipelines up here. So that's what the object of this whole thing is to find a market for the natural gas in Rio Blanco County. And it's looking good. So we need to support that.
And one of the things I think from that, how could Rio Blanco actually use our resources to get piped out of here? We already currently have pipelines running from the Piceance Basin into Utah. There are gathering stations right inside Utah. That Utah line would have been critical to either go north or south. So again, it's just, we were pulling it out here and then it would be piped just right across the border and then shot up north or south.
Yeah, they need to complete some lines across to Arizona and stuff. So,
Right.
Which is what they're working on.
Right.
And it's part of the study.
And what does Colorado Oil and Gas, do they get in the middle of that?
Oh,
That
yeah.
we're stuck, like Utah will do it, but not Colorado and that little bit of space between us and them?
Colorado will continue to probably try and throttle or limit
what we can
this.
do.
So the
What we
state
can do.
will, absolutely.
Yep,
The
state of Colorado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then really quick, legislative bills. I know we kind of had this conversation last year and wanting to bring the conversation back as far as making sure, because the three of us are so involved with the legislative bills, but on different levels. And so making sure that we are not wasting staff time by going to them with these same bills and talking to us about these same bills. Because, with AG&C, CCI, you're on the cattlemen's. I mean, we're on so many different boards and some of these bills get brought up at the same ones and some not. So Kelly put together a spreadsheet of bills and I'm wondering, and I'm looking to staff of us putting this on there and then staff looking to update their input, because we want your guys' input on these bills. You guys are the experts, we're not. And then when we're at these meetings, that's where we can speak up for Rio Blanco County and the concerns that we have on these bills, because that's what we do when we go to these meetings, is that then we say, okay, this is how it's going to impact Rio Blanco County, so we're either for it or against it. So I don't know how we want that to look, or how we get that out to staff, or how often they're expected to look at it. I'm looking to you guys, but we want your feedback, but we don't want to inundate you with emails of the same bills, because then that you're going, oh my gosh, now I got to answer this again to this commissioner.
And it's just time. We just don't have the time. But when we're sitting in these meetings, if we had that spreadsheet that she's got in the last column, it has that Matt looked at this and this is what he said. We don't all three have to ask him that and get his deal. But we can all three in our different groups and encourage the status of that bill it would be nice to have that organized.
The only thing I'm thinking of is probably a Google Drive, which Kelly, did you do it as a Google Drive?
You're trying to find it. I think I did. I thought I did, and now I can't get to it.
Because I could see that
Really
being
struggle with
imperative.
Google Drive, just for the record.
We still take our direction from you guys, as far as when you want to oppose or when you want to to do something. I think the Google Drive, as if it's related to bill numbers would probably be the best use, because then if Callie's in a meeting at Club 20, she can say House Bill 21, 25-229, and she can add her comments in there. And then Jen's sitting in her, CCI, and you add yours, and then AG&C comes up, same thing. You put your comments in there. If we had that kind of communication that maybe says, okay, this is what I'm hearing, we definitely need to comment. And here's the comment date period. Because like you said, there's just so much out there. I can't dedicate, I'm struggling to keep up as it is. I know Chrissy is also, we do have positions open for staffing, but it's got to be that more technical knowledge.
But I don't think we're thinking about going to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we have weekly meetings. And so we talk about these bills every week, and it's just comments that we either approve or support or there's three things that we do.
Yeah, and I guess what really prompted it is all three of us pinged Matt on the same bill. Help me understand, or whatever. And we don't want to do that. So if one of us has done that, how do we get that information back to the other two?
Can you have it as
So that we
a
make sure.
working Google sheet?
Yeah,
where you can-
That's what we're,
Yeah.
I think that's what we're looking at, and
But we
Because
can
then
carry it the
everybody
next,
can comment back into
to what you were saying. If we want to comment and do things, that would be the next step.
Something for the agenda that you're gonna need to approve. Again, not one commissioner can commit the board. So if it's a position that you're going to take, then you do need the
Right.
board.
Right, all we
Approval
want this for is just for our information when we're in these legislation meetings. Anything that the board wants to do, well, we can bring it
Right.
forward.
And I think we need to have a standing agenda item for that purpose,
bills.
so that we make sure that, we're making a collective agreement or to be for or against. And so I think that that's one thing we need to do, but then figuring out how do we get staff to make their comments in here.
and we won't always have a question. A lot of them aren't staff
No.
focused, but the building codes are a Matt focus. That's what I always reach out to. And I don't want to forget, there's Anthony, there's there's all the electeds that are having to deal with their issues too, that we may or may not pick up on. And so, I think there would be some value there. So I guess I just didn't want to bombard any one staff person by all three of us. So,
We want to be more effective.
yeah.
This is just
And
a way to
efficient.
do it.
Mhm.
Are all of those bills in the legislature, for each department, do they have their own calls where there's a lobbyist or somebody that goes over it? So you could have like the director of that department be on that call every week or every other week, like they have at the hospital? Or is
AG&C
it all smashed together?
has a lobbyist. So he guides us a lot, and we give him direction.
CCI is the same way.
CCI.
And every group that we deal with does the same. They have
The
their own
directors and the
lobbies.
department heads don't get involved in that level. They can't possibly get involved in that, because then they wouldn't be getting their normal jobs done.
Well, CCI, DHS, and public health actually do. Because commissioners are not well versed in DHS and public health. So we actually do invite them to just the Health and Human Services Steering Committee and have them on to give the commissioners guidance on what should or shouldn't happen in a bill. Because
But
commissioners,
do you ask, does everybody have their DHS staff there, or you mean, or?
for the most part, they're not all of them, but for the most part, our Zoom is pretty busy. Health and Human Services Steering Committee it's hurting cats, believe me, I'm the chair, so.
At the hospital, it was like every other Friday, and then you had a certain department, and so that department had just that person could be on the call, so it would be taking up all of your stuff, and all the time, it's like an hour. That's one way to distribute it, but I don't know how it works for all of your stuff. I just know the hospital stuff, but that would help spread it out and not have so many people do it.
All right.
So I
There
will
is none.
continue to, I guess if, where you guys can see this, if you will go in and put, I mean,
Bills.
it's not we don't want every bill, but the bills that you think are something that we need to really pay attention to. If you will put them in here and then, I'll try to, we need to do something about finding a place for when they're gonna be heard. So we know if it's coming up this week and if we need to make comments, figure out who's gonna do that between the three of us. So we'll work on that.
Okay. That's it. That's all that I have. So we will adjourn the Board of County Commissioner meeting. You guys need a break.
Yes.
We will take a 5-minute break.
My husband was feeling like he needed to take
Alrighty. So we are now going to go into the Board of Health meeting at 11:35. And we have first we need the approval of minutes. So have you guys had a chance to read through the minutes?
And the date
I
is
did
wrong
not.
on there. I'm sorry.
I see. So
It says April, but it actually was October.
Okay.
For that.
So
one.
you'll
I just
need to make a
vote.
change.
Yeah, so I'll make a change to that. I just noticed it.
I'll have to abstain anyway because I wasn't there. Part of it. Oh. But so you've emailed them to us, is that the deal? Or
It
where are they?
it should have been included in your packet that you guys got. For this
Oh,
meeting.
yeah, you did look at that.
It's listed as BOH in the agenda packet.
Yeah, it's not what we got here.
One moment, please.
Let your newbie get caught up.
Yeah, your first Board of Health meeting.
Yeah,
Right?
only second meeting period. Oh, there we go. Now it's at the top.
Speaking of that, you probably will get an email from the state of Colorado to do your Board of Health training. It's a yearly
You did hear
training that, okay.
I was just told that at CCI. I
Okay.
haven't received anything yet. So is
Okay.
that they
I
actually
might
do
have
send me
to-
some?
Yeah, I might have to reach out to them and see, because I think they sent it out at the very beginning of January, so I'm not
Okay.
sure. Maybe everything needs to get caught up.
Okay.
So I can reach out to them.
That
You
was
can
good.
learn you up on that one.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a really
Quick.
thing. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting, and I will update the date on that as well.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting with the date correction.
A second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any abstaining?
Yes, I abstain. Good mind.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to action item number 1, influenza A updates.
So this is the main virus that's going around in Meeker and in Rangeley is influenza A. Sorry if some of this is common sense, but I just thought I would go over all of it here.
So influenza A is a virus that can infect humans, birds, and other animals. Most common type of flu virus is influenza A, most common in the winter months, spread by droplets from one person's cough or sneeze that enter another person's nose or mouth. Most cases resolve on their own, and antiviral drugs like Tamiflu can sometimes reduce duration of illness and reduce complications, but you have to take it pretty early when the virus starts. So some of the symptoms: fever, cough, nasal congestion, fatigue, body aches, headache, sore throat, runny or stuffy nose, diarrhea or vomiting. That's usually only in the child population. So prevention: washing hands often with soap and water, hand sanitizer if washing isn't an option, cover your nose or mouth when you sneeze or cough, avoid being around people when they're sick, avoid touching eyes, nose, and mouth, and not sharing utensils, water bottles, etc. with other people. And then, of course, the flu vaccine, which we still do have available. So how long is flu contagious? A day before symptoms appear, up to a week after. It's most contagious for 3 to 4 days after your symptoms appear. People with weak immune systems can be contagious for even longer than that. And then I encourage people to check with your work or school, but generally you should not go back to work or school for at least 24 hours after you've had a fever. When to seek help: go to the ER or seek medical attention if you experience high fever, which is usually over 103, difficulty breathing, not urinating or urinating only a small amount, chest pain, abdominal pain, dizziness, confusion, severe muscle pain or weakness, seizures, and bluish skin or lips. And then I included the graph that shows Rio Blanco County flu positive rates by week, and I can't get it to go on the screen, but I think you guys should have access to it. So it's really kind of skyrocketed. The bottom part, it shows what week in the year we are. So it started around like the 50th week of 2024, and then it's continued on until now. And we had about almost 30 positive cases that were reported, and that's just what was reported in the hospitals. So that's quite a bit. So I did have to report this to the state because it was considered a school outbreak, and the state didn't really do much with it, but at least we did our part reporting it. It is considered an outbreak at this time. That's it. Any questions?
I don't have any idea what's happening.
No questions.
I just had one comment about the we had the Rangeley the mice that were really bad infestation.
Yes.
That was finally cleared out and finalized out. I just want to make sure that commissioners, that was one thing that Michaela was able to use some public health funds to mitigate some of that. And I know they really appreciated that. It's not an ongoing thing. If they have another outbreak, they'll have to manage it. But now we got it down to a level where hopefully they can keep it going. Yeah, that was scary.
That was. Yeah, that was a big deal. But yeah, that guy called me and said all the traps were set, and then he filled them up a couple times, and then he removed them once he felt like.
Well, thank you for doing that.
And then one point about the EPR too, the emergency management.
Mhm.
We have, I think sometimes people forget that we have our emergency preparedness and response grant through public health, and we can provide stuff. For example, in Mesa County, there's a cache that we have access to that we could get like heaters if we needed. We had like some sort of a gas leak or something, and we needed heaters, blankets, fresh water. I've not been there. No. Just emergency response items, and we always have access to that cache in Mesa County. So if there's something that happens in the interim, we have funds and we have access to that.
Okay.
Can I ask, is there any way to do public education on like your influenza and things like that, but like, I mean, in Rangeley, I don't know if you do it in Meeker, but over here in Rangeley, we don't see a lot of it. It was really, I think it was really helpful during COVID for people to kind of understand things, but now that COVID happened and everybody's like, nothing can make me sick and this is all make believe, I think that some education on the influenza rates, like you presented today, and how it's spread and like how sick people can get, might be helpful for media.
Yeah, and that's kind of why we do these Board of Health meetings. Everyone's welcome to come to these meetings.
Yeah, which
And
I
needed.
agree, but yeah, so the people, it would be nice if maybe just.
And social media, once again, falls under that ADA.
That's
Like
the
we
other
have
thing.
to be 100% accessible, and doing graphs and tables is.
Oh,
No, I can't,
Chrissy have a lot of fun with that.
yeah, I can't just put this on the website and just, I can't.
No, so, okay, so like, probably COVID had their own, like, there were no rules during COVID. So that's the difference you see, but because during COVID, they did a lot of social media pushes on,
We
outbreaks
don't
and
do social
whatever.
media though. I could put it in the paper.
Paper
That
is
would be
good.
an option, but
Something.
yeah, I can't do social media. I can't post this to the website.
Anyway, but just, yeah, I know for my family, it would be great for them to hear from someone on the that like, the flu is bad, and die from it.
Or if you guys.
And please don't come around everybody. You know, but I know that it would be helpful. Because everybody is like, oh, it's the make believe now, and I'm not.
There you
So I didn't. Anyway.
I
Yeah,
figured
some
you
people
did.
will just like that, too, but most don't. Okay.
I think that is.
That's the end. Do you guys have any other questions about public health or?
I don't know. what I
I'm
don't
curious to see what happens with the CDC since they now can't communicate with the WHO.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that'll
that's
be
gonna
interesting.
They're talking about going back.
Trump is?
Yep.
Why?
Because they're afraid that we started that. The United States started that. You're talking about the World Health.
Health Organization.
Yeah, we started it and it's just gonna fall apart. It's gonna be the typical Trump thing where he's gonna go back and dictate how it works. And
Gotcha.
so they're
Which would
talking
be
about,
fine,
they're talking about going back, but
as long
That'd
as,
be better than what it's.
alrighty, we will
you.
adjourn the
Appreciate all that.
board at 11:45. Thank you, ladies.
Right, thank you.
I got it.
Alrighty, so we are now in the special work session for the strategic plan. The work session will be live streamed on Rio Blanco County YouTube channel. We are at Rio Blanco County Annex Building 17479 Highway 64 in Rangeley, Colorado 81648. Work sessions are intended to provide opportunities for the commissioners to study difficult issues, gather and analyze information, clarify problems, or give staff direction. No official decisions will be made. Do you want me to read the next one, Vicky?
No, I
Okay.
think we can just start in there. So where we last let off was we'd gone through basically creating some a vision statement and some, I'll scroll back up here to the top. And I apologize, this is about as big as I think I can get it, but what is a strategic plan? What is the vision statement? What is our mission statement? We kicked around a lot of those and kind of did our SCOT analysis, which is our strengths, challenges, opportunities, and threats. We've gone through all of that and made changes as we went along. Again, this is still just a very rough draft working document. We had gone through the countywide focus areas, which again is your Rio Blanco County as a total encompassing entity. Then the next thing, which included land use management, economic diversification, infrastructure connectivity, natural resource stewardship, socioeconomic development, advocacy and partnerships. Then we got down to the focus areas by BOCC department. So particularly these are the direct departments that you three commissioners oversee. So you oversee me, Dawn and I are your only employees. And then underneath me, of course, are the four main categories of departments. So this is the strategic plan as those from those departments perspective, if I can say that. So again, these are the directors that I met with. We had some good discussions on what they thought each one of theirs was. They did their homework. They came back and said, okay, here's where I think we need to focus what should be our strategic plan within that umbrella. So everything's kind of getting more and more granular. So we'll just start at the top. The community development, ComDev, is under Leaf Joy. And again, there's been some changes in here, so we'll probably address those and have to build things out a little more. But he decided his.
What page are you on? Sorry.
I am on. Let me see where you're at. Okay, you're in countywide, so keep scrolling down. There you go. Focus areas by departments. You two with me?
Good.
Okay. And so, with that being said, what he thought, what Leaf had kind of put in is industry development and management would be one of their key facets that they do at the community development department. Foster strong relationships with industry and energy partners to enhance resource development, workforce growth, and community investment. The building and planning departments, which is also under him, would be create a comprehensive public land use strategy addressing zoning, conservation, and infrastructure needs, which they are working with the Planning Commission on that. Goal 1.3, and again, we're going to redo all the numbering features in here, so please disregard those. But simplify permitting processes to encourage growth and development while preserving the county's rural character. Would be like what their first pieces of this would be. County administration and services. So this is your Don Stearman's area. And he has for his first goal, strengthen partnerships to deliver timely, effective support for families in need. Goal is the department is run efficiently, making the best use of funding available and mandated by the state and federal, or as mandated by the state and federal government. So again, using those resources wisely as we have to scale back and we don't have as much money as we've had in the past. Ensure that children and the elderly are afforded safe and healthy environments. For public health, maintain public health services to enhance community education, wellness, emergency preparedness, and overall county health. Another goal is increase access to mental health and substance abuse resources through strategic and community partnerships. And then lastly, maintain funding for community assessment plan. So those are the specific, that planning feature that says, here's where we are now, and here's what we need. And here's how we're going to get there. For Veterans Affairs, continue outreach and services for veterans to ensure they have access to healthcare, housing, and employment opportunities.
Do you think we should change outreach and services for veterans? Okay. I guess where my brain was going was, and I could be wrong on this, that veterans have more than just those kind of services to access, correct? So do we make it more broad instead of just honing in on healthcare, housing, and employment? Because don't they have additional services or benefits, I guess is the better word for it?
Well, and I think so for your goal, your actual operations plan maybe address those individual needs, but maybe you see what I'm saying is, so you'll have specific operations plans of how we're going to continue to outreach and service for veterans. So I see what you're saying. Should it be, healthcare? Does that include mental, housing, employment? What other, what does that caveat mean? What all should be included there?
So you want this a little broader, just to have access to services. And then the next one, yeah.
Is where you define it.
Outreach and services for veterans to ensure they have access to benefits.
The benefit, yeah.
And I'd almost say, rather than just continued outreach, needs to be something there about quality. So maybe it's just continued quality outreach.
Okay. For veterans, and how did you say to ensure they have
Access to benefits.
And then as a sub goal to that, or whatever you call it, that's gonna be your objectives, I guess, is the next step.
Right.
And then that's got
Yeah.
healthcare, housing, and whatever else.
mental health?
Yeah. And spell it out a little better.
Mhm. Which, that's going to go back to, every one of those departments underneath the directors. Then he'll build those out further and we'll get further refined. Again, this is the very first brush.
Yeah.
And then as you guys put some, thought into it, there might be something that you come up. These are the very general broad goals just to get us started. We'll refine that, have probably one more meeting to drill down a little bit further, start to get the operational plans. One of the next meetings we'll have then would be with our community partners to engage them. That would be the hospitals, all the different community services that would be included in that, to see where their plans fit with ours. Are we on the same pages? And then the next drill down will be for open public comment. So again, it kind of takes it from a very broad concept and we start to drill it down and refine it and drill it down and refine it. There's going to be times where we're going to need to pivot, but we want to try and get this down on paper. And I go back to what we said in the meeting earlier, is the whole thing behind the strategic plan is we not only need to plan for decreases in revenue, but what happens if we have increases in revenue? And how does that affect each one of these puzzle pieces? And, designing that plan so it's fluid, but it has some structure. So as commissioners move in and out, we still have a general direction for the county.
I just think, so I must not be on the same one as you
and
are.
I are on a
I
different
say, cause I see you,
Yeah,
but we're not
we're on
changing like
different
you do, so.
thing
oh,
on there, but
that's
that's okay. If they're,
Yeah, that's
if
fine.
if you've got the record and you're fixing.
Yep.
We can just.
Okay. So I have continued quality outreach and services for veterans to ensure they have access to benefits.
Good.
And Joe does a phenomenal job in this area. So, we've always had some outstanding Veterans Affairs officers in Rio Blanco, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And so those will be driven down. So county human resources. So this would be under Dawn, of course, but this would be the internal HR department. Develop a comprehensive plan to ensure competitive salaries and benefits, attracting and retaining skilled county employees. Create, and we can stop anytime, so just jump in there and stop me. Create a comprehensive, equitable job and salary matrix to appropriately and fairly identify and classify salary grades and compensation throughout the organization, ensuring equity, transparency, and alignment with industry standards. I think, we're talking about equity there, but we're not talking equity, diversity, and inclusion.
What did we change that to last time instead of equity? It was.
I think we left equity in that one. We changed another one previously, but we can change that. If you don't like that word, what if we just say ensuring transparency and alignment with industry standards? That worked.
I like that.
Provide training and professional development opportunities to support employee growth and long-term retention. Develop succession plan and cross-training to identify, prepare potential candidates for key positions, ensuring seamless transitions during vacancies. That's been one of my things that I think that we so desperately need in the county, is to make sure that every position that we have, within reason, of course, we have some kind of contingency plan that says when Vicky wins the lottery, who's going to be next. And I used to say, if someone gets hit by a bus, but that's negative thinking. So I'm not putting that out there anymore. I'm saying when someone wins the lottery, they've just come into billions of dollars and they say, really, maybe the county's not my future. How do we shore up those single departments and those departments with limited individuals to make sure that we're growing individuals and can promote within? I would love to be able to promote within. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it may not. But again, having a plan and trying to reach for that, I think, is very valuable.
Even if you don't promote within, you cover your bases till you get the position covered.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate goal. Whether you hire them or not, pick them up, you've got the base covered.
I agree. We're actually going through that with 3 different departments: natural resources, emergency management, and the finance director's position. Just the ones that I can off the top, say how we're dealing with those. And, it's just varied whether you're going to get applications or not, or, is there a fit? How do we manage those things? So I think that's a very important piece to this puzzle. I put 2 little things in there: finance and Doge. One of the things that we can take a look at, and the directors are the ones that brought this up, is where do we have inefficiencies? Where do we have technology that can be either that we currently have on the books or that we could easily acquire that could help us save time and money in the end for taxpayers? Because again, I go back to that fact that, we are working for the taxpayers. It's their money that we're spending one way or the other. And how can we look at that? So we all thought that was kind of an important issue to address, but hadn't worked it into this original document. So that will need some fleshing out.
Remind me what the Doge is.
That would be similar to the DOJ, the federal DOJ, the Department of Governmental
There
Efficiency.
you go. I couldn't remember what it was. Okay.
So we won't be hiring for that position. It'll be more internally driven.
I just,
And-
I knew it. I'm like,
Yeah.
I should know what this is. And I'm like, going, what is that?
So each
Okay.
one of the directors then could possibly include that as a sub item to their global plans. You know, this is how we're going to make things more efficient. This is how, you know, this is what we need in order to be more efficient. So those two topics will probably.
I still think that that it would work really good to have a person from each department on a committee that goes around and looks at different things on the county, not only in their department, but everywhere.
Sometimes you can see from the outside better than what you're
Right.
seeing from the
Exactly.
inside, and vice versa.
And I'm not usually a fan of consultants, but I think sometimes they do that same thing. They don't have the prejudices that we innately have grown into. You know, it's always been done this way.
Well, I agree with that. And they also know the technology a little bit more. They know they are looking for, they've done it.
Mhm. And they've done it across the board where we're just looking Rio Blanco County,
Yeah.
you know, and we can certainly partner with our local, you know, the towns, that kind of thing to see some overlaps or how did you fix this problem? But really that experience comes into,
Yeah.
you know,
So
seeing
I
those.
think the other thing though, we don't want to forget, we've got a lot of citizens that have good insight and ways to incorporate their input and feedback. I don't know if it's a suggestion box. I mean, that's a goofy thing, but it might not be a goofy thing. But, you know, if you see a way or a place that we could improve or you have seen it somewhere else, let's invite that from the public. Because right now, oftentimes we'll get criticism, but it's maybe not constructive criticism. So maybe we look for the constructive criticism. You never know who's out there that knows something.
Absolutely.
So the first two goals here, help me understand the difference between the two, because I've read each one of them a couple of times. And I feel like they're saying the same thing. And if I'm wrong, please explain to me, because I have read it a couple of times.
I think the difference is the compensation plan to ensure competitive salaries, benefits, and attract and retain skilled employees. That's a little bit different. That's actually more of and maybe one should be more of a goal. That's kind of the drill down. You know, are our insurance benefits the best they can possibly be? Is a cafeteria plan better? Is there a way that we could, you know, say, okay, you know, Jennifer, you have a family, so you want the family insurance, but maybe I just want the individual insurance. And maybe I want to contribute to retirement and I want this, but I'm not willing to pay for that. So, you know, can we do more of a cafeteria style? That would be what I see as this first one.
Do you think the first one is the subcategory?
Could be a subcategory of the second one. Does that make sense?
And that's what, I guess, where,
If
what
that-
is what I'm thinking.
Because to me, that's more of a drilled down. It's not the umbrella. Now, the second goal there, so again, switching those two around or even making this as a sub.
So if you make goal 2.9 a sub of 2.10, then that flows a little
Does
bit
that
better
work?
for me. I don't know.
Okay.
Where are you guys at?
And then there'll probably be other subcategories, because really, again, you're already, in both of them, you're saying a comprehensive, a compensation.
Well, now the second one is actually the comprehensive equitable job and salary matrix. So that is actually more of a document that we can look to that says you've got caseworker 1, caseworker 2, caseworker 3, and then there's a range of X dollars to X dollars for brand new caseworker 1, and then you know, maybe there's another like mid-range and then high range before they can go to caseworker 2, low, medium, high range. So you do the same thing with, for instance, drivers or administrative assistants, you know, that level that says we're comparative with other, entities out there, very similar entities that say, okay, this is what an administrative assistant one, what do those duties look like? What does that salary range look like in a low, medium, and high range? So that when that person hires in, they're in that range right there. To get to admin 2 is a different job description. To get to admin 3, it's a different job description. But what you do is in those ranges, there's different salaries available. And we do not have that currently.
So Vicki, wouldn't that be the equal pay for, or equal work for equal pay type thing?
It has that impact in it, but also, again, with a small county, we have multiple people have, where one admin one does X, Y, and Z, another admin does P, D, and Q. I mean, so it really, in this matrix, the way I saw it, like at the rec center, the way I've seen it at, the bank that I worked at, a lot of different things, it's structured, but it's not necessarily prohibitive. It just gives you a good idea of where that matrix lies. So when you hire in someone, you got that more in a, it's very easy to see. It's not so subjective. I'm just going to do this real quick. So our little friend ChatGPT, just to break this down, an employee salary matrix is a structured framework that defines pay ranges for different job roles and levels within the organization. It aligns compensation with experience, qualifications, and job responsibilities, ensuring consistency and fairness. Here are the key benefits. Fairness and transparency provides a clear guidelines for employees' pay, reducing perceptions of favoritism or bias, which again goes back to, I'm friends with Susie, so she gets more money than what Betty does. So, how does this compensation grid has some lines on it. I mean, it's for everyone to look at if they want to see it. It's not a surprise. Streamlines decision-making, simplifies salary decisions for hiring, promotions, and raises by providing predefined ranges, helps managers avoid ad hoc or inconsistent pay decisions, supports compliance, helps maintain compliance with labor laws, regulations such as ensuring equal pay for equal work, reduces the risk of pay-related disputes or legal challenges, enhances retention and motivation, promotes employee satisfaction by ensuring that pay aligns with market standards and internal equity, encourages professional growth by linking salary progression to experience and performance. Of course, it facilitates budgeting. It should align with our organizational goals. Again, I mean, that's the whole point to this whole thing.
GPT.
Mhm.
She's trying to.
I am like, good, you have totally lost me.
No, no,
And
no,
it's a
I'm
lot of words.
No, you're not seeing those. No, this is just the benefits of what an employee matrix would do for us, which we
That's
do
too
not
many
have
words
right
for
now.
me. Okay. Okay.
We do not have an employee matrix right now. Sorry, you just thought I was really good, huh?
Okay.
She didn't hear what you're saying because she's trying to find out where you were saying. That's where.
So I guess, I'm sorry, I probably totally derailed what your thought process
Nope.
was, but I was derailed too. So 9 and 10, again, back to the difference between them. What if, because, okay, I'm beginning to see your 9 is a comprehensive compensation plan, period. Your 10 is a salary matrix, period. Let's make it that simple and to the point, and then you can put that other stuff underneath them, but let's keep it real clear and direct of what we're doing, perhaps, is a thought.
Oops, I just deleted more than I wanted to, but that's okay.
Well, and I mean, you don't have to get rid of anything. I just, like, yeah, I'd make myself full notes. I already did it here. I built it underneath. I did a sub bullet underneath number 10.
See, I can see your changes. I can't see hers.
on your screen. Yeah, that's, I think, when we all clicked on it from the email,
Oh,
we're all in the same one and you're in a
I
different
must
one
be in
somehow.
it. Probably because when I went to the Google Meet, I pulled up a different one.
I hope you've got the one that's saving.
Yes. I've got one that's saving. So compensation plan and this one is going to be,
Right, as I was making my little notes, I forgot you guys might be seeing. I'll be careful what I say.
job and salary matrix.
Kelly, do you really feel like that?
If you only knew.
Okay. So next one down, so we'll restructure those. Provide training and professional development opportunities to support employee and long-term retention. Good with that.
Makes sense.
Develop a succession plan and cross-training to identify, prepare potential candidates for key positions, ensuring a seamless transition during vacancies.
Dan, I'm almost wondering on this one too, if one of these shouldn't be a sub. Because you talk about training and professional development, basically in both of those.
Mhm.
And your part of your provide training is that succession planning, is how I'm looking at it.
So do away maybe with 2.11 or the way it is now. Provide training and professional development opportunities to support employee growth and long-term retention. I mean, that's more, I guess, employee driven versus the company driven or the county driven that we need a succession plan. So, and cross training could be different than professional training.
Okay.
But what we could do is combine those two. Let me just make a note to combine those and we can look at
Yeah,
that.
this is it. And another way to think about it is you've got training and professional development. That's one thing, because everybody needs that. And succession planning is really is another point, and cross training is going to be a part of succession training. So that would be a sub bullet of succession planning. Is how are you going to succession plan? You're going to do cross training and specific training for somebody other than just professional development, maybe?
I make one comment with that. So with succession, I think it would be, in my opinion, it's really clear when it's like your operator positions, your, like the assessors. I think there's different levels in the assessor's office of like the assistant assessors or whatever. But say Leaf's office or positions, because he does a lot of different stuff, taxes, the tax sales and tax use, the building department, they wouldn't necessarily have somebody in a line of succession working underneath them. But you could maybe cross train with like somebody from finance to be able to, if somebody goes out on vacation and tax has something that they have to do, or like Leaf cross training to be able to do some of the stuff that building does or vice versa. And I don't know if they already do that or not. But that's kind of how I think of cross training for like those tinier departments. And things that I could see where it would be an issue, or when they get to a retirement age, if we don't have somebody else that's trained.
I don't know what you're trying to say is, but I think that cross training doesn't necessarily fall under succession. It should be cross training in everywhere. It isn't because of succession, but they need to be cross trained
So I guess,
for efficiency and
right.
everything.
So that's one of those things that your training and professional development, actually cross training could go under both. You've got them as
Yeah,
sub bullets. That's one of those things. And actually, I mean, it could be almost identical objectives under each one of them, but it's really targeting something different. So it just keeps it at the forefront of your mind. We got a succession plan here. Because what do we do with those one person areas that there's nobody behind them? That leaves you high and dry.
It does, but then at the same point, you know, part of that is that risk versus reward. If you want to run the risk that if that person's, you know, never going to win the lottery and they're going to be there for 50 years, great. Well, what happens if? What
Right.
happens if?
But just an example of, and I'm gonna pick on Leaf. If he would cross-train some of those gals in the assessor's office to take care of some of the stuff that he does, that would help if he happened to win the lottery.
Well, but now keep in mind, that's not under your control. That's under another elected official's budget and department. So you'd have to be careful. And that would have to be something that you three commissioners would need to have a conversation with the electeds and say, how can we do this? If this is something we can do. Which I agree with you. I understand the concept there is that we are all one Rio Blanco County. But again, that elected official has the right to.
But am I stepping on his toes, or is this a broad thing for the county?
This is under your departments. So again, so
that could be broad for the county.
it could up in that
I
top
just
step.
use that as an
Yeah.
example.
And that's where that fine line always comes into play, is the difference between the departments that you manage. Now, you set the budget for the other electeds. However, their day-to-day operations are under their own.
So what I'm thinking, so you've got that. So we know we want to do cross training. How are you going to do that? In this scenario, the next thing is we're going to need to meet with the other department and see if we can do some things across there. So it
The other
still is
elected
in the
office.
plan. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's
Could
still in the
even-
plan, exactly what you're saying.
And it could even be with one elected office, cross-training with another elected office,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
depending on what it is.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely how you break this down in a plan like that.
Yeah,
Here's your
we're
goal,
probably
here's your
get-
objectives,
Yeah,
and here's your actions. So we're just getting too far down in it.
Yeah.
But the idea, I think, is really good about going across there. I like that.
Yep.
A lot.
Okay, so going to county operations, which is under Eric. And of course, Eric has many, many little subcategories underneath him. So facilities, maintain and modernize county facilities. Prioritize investments in facility upgrades and maintenance to ensure safety, improve operational efficiency, and enhance accessibility for all users. Optimize facility operations for sustainability. And so in that, you have not only implement energy efficient systems and practices to reduce utility costs and environmental impact while maximizing building performance. But again, that's looking at that budget and saying, if we're going to grow, where are we going to grow? If we're going to cut back, where do we need to cut back? Evaluate opportunities for infrastructure consolidation. Again, that goes back to that same piece of where do you, as if funds go down, how do you consolidate? How do you constrict? If funds are going to go up and you want to build new buildings and do things, what are those areas? So again, I don't want to necessarily say that it's always going to be a reduction. Recently, what we're looking at now appears to be a pretty severe cutback. That doesn't mean that that's always going to be that way. So where do we make those decisions now, or we at least have a flow chart that says, in the event of this, this is how we answer the call. Conduct thorough analysis of county infrastructure to identify opportunities for consolidation or optimization, ensuring cost effectiveness and preservation of essential services. So we talked about doing a facility feasibility study where we go out for an RFP and say, what would it take for someone to come in from outside and say, you look at all our structures, our facilities, tell us what you think we need to spend money on. Where do we do this? Does this go here? Does that go there? Just kind of a broad, someone that doesn't have skin in the game that could look at that and say, here's what we think you should do, or here's what's recommended. Again, feasibility study takes out that personal biased structure. Information technology, manage and continuously improve the county's network systems and telecommunications infrastructure. Ensure the county's network is robust, reliable, and scalable to meet current and future demands. And I think that scalable is really important. Again, how big do we grow, or how small do we conserve if we need to? What does that look like? Regularly evaluate and upgrade network systems and telecommunication components to enhance performance and reduce downtime. Enhance security measures to protect county facilities, systems, and data. Just critical now when you're looking at the high risk environment we're in now. Implement advanced cybersecurity measures to safeguard systems and data. Conduct regular vulnerability assessments and provide ongoing cybersecurity training for employees. Ensure the county's security access systems are robust, reliable, and scalable to meet current and future demands. And again, the bullet points are more of a drill down from the, some of the others didn't drill down as far as in this initial draft. Eric,
He's just an overachiever.
Eric's an overachiever. He's good. He's good. And Trevor.
Very nerdy.
Let's see, where are we at? Enhance IT support and services for end users. Offer regular training resources to empower end users with the knowledge to utilize IT systems efficiently.
Yes, I need that.
You need that? Okay. Airports, moving right along. I'm just gonna keep rolling, and then when you want to stop and discuss, just stop me. Airports, maintain and enhance airport infrastructure. Invest in infrastructure improvements for the county's 2 airports to meet local and regional aviation needs while ensuring safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Leverage grants for airport development. Maximize the use of grants to fund essential maintenance, safety upgrades, and modernization projects, ensuring the airports remain community assets and contribute to regional economic growth. Establish a unified management and operations plan. Develop and implement and consistent management and operational framework for both airports to standardize practices, optimize resources, and improve overall efficiencies. One of the things that I think since my history, and it's only been 9 years with the county, but really the airports have been somewhat of an afterthought. It's not, we've been squirreling away money for projects and things like that, but very rarely have we seen this master type plan come together. I don't want to say an airport master plan, but the actual, we do things differently down here than they do at the Meeker Airport. From historic standpoint, they really function completely independently, and there was no, we had different managers. One person did this way and the other did this way, and fuel cells go this way and the fuel cells over there go differently. So there's just it's a big umbrella that we've really not focused a lot of time on. The rents, the leases, airport hangar leases, totally different. And so we really need to, in order to be effective, get those to a point where it's automatic. It's kind of like, okay, now we've got it confined. We know what it looks like, and here's how we're going to get there. We're getting down there. It's getting close. Broadband. Optimize. Oh, he's home. Come on in. I'm not sure. Yeah, come on in. Hey.
How's it going, guys? Boyko Supply and Elsa did an order for you guys.
That would be Eric. We can't help you.
Hey, Eric.
Where were we? Optimize, so broadband, optimize network performance, implement quality of service, policies and procedures, prioritize critical services, and improve efficiency. And again, this looks a little bit different from the IT side of it to the actual broadband external side. Continuously monitor network traffic and usage to identify and resolve bottlenecks. Strengthen disaster recovery and business continuity. Update and test disaster recovery plans to minimize downtime and during outages. Establish geographically diverse failover sites to enhance system redundancy. Improve end user experience. Regularly collect feedback from stakeholders to identify and address service gaps. Ensure network changes and upgrades have minimal impact on end users through detailed change management processes. In talking to Eric, one of the key things that we need to be very concerned with and keep an eye on is our renewal of our physical assets regarding our broadband infrastructure and our internal assets also. And again, we budget for those things. We've had money set aside. And then there's times where we got to pull that trigger and say, now we're going to go ahead and upgrade this and do that because we have an incredible asset. We were, so far above everybody else in getting broadband deployed that now those systems are coming up to that point where we got to put some more money in them. And then how do we do that if we have declining budgets, declining revenues, or increasing revenues? So it will be on you commissioners to determine, that build out. Okay. Public Works, which is under Scott Marsh. Road and Bridge. Prioritize, create, and maintain a detailed inventory of all county maintained bridges, including their age, condition, load rating, and remaining service of life, to develop a strategic replacement and maintenance plan to ensure safety, supports community mobility, and aligns with fiscal responsibility by leveraging state and federal funding opportunities and reducing costly emergency repairs.
Don't you wish that was in about 3 sentences?
Yeah, probably so. And I think this goes back to that, thing that happened with the Buford Bridge is a lot of our bridges are at the same age. So given the same thing with our broadband infrastructure, it's about the same age. When those things come up, it's going to be not just one, you're going to have a series of things that'll probably happen. So having that plan very detailed out and saying, Scott's had a 5-year, 10-year, I think Dave Moreland also had actually started that process, going out how long, a particular bridge may go. There's a listing there. It just never has been included necessarily in your strategic plan, where that's a part of that budget process that you're putting funds aside for. Partner with state and federal agencies to secure funding for critical transportation projects. Depending on how that goes, that could be cutting down. And then if that happens, what then? What grants do we go after to maximize the use of those? And then create a list of roads for Rio Blanco for potential vacation or reduced maintenance, ensuring fair and transparent evaluation that considers road usage, accessibility, community impact, and financial constraints from reduced revenues. If we're blowing and going and oil and gas opens up and we're making money hand over fist and the state allows us to keep it or it comes back into the county, we could go back to the days of building out County Road 5. I mean, there's, you can see it on both sides of it. Now, realistically, I think we're still looking at a major cutback. In which case, we're making those decisions on the front end saying, here's what we got. How do we spend our money the best way we can? Any thoughts on that?
Guess not. I'm sorry, go ahead. I was just thinking the way that last one is worded and what I've heard you say before, scale up and scale down. So I'm wondering if there's a way to do, scaling is one of your goals. And then here's what we do if we scale up, and here's what we do if we need to scale down, kind of thing. So that it's easy to follow there. Again.
I hope so. Could see when we change things in 5 years where things could scale up.
Exactly. with oil and gas.
Yeah.
Kinds of things, especially, yeah. It's gonna be tough for a little while because the grants are gone, but hopefully the income from the oil and gas will replace grants.
If we can get the state of Colorado.
For lettuce.
Right.
Harvest.
How? I don't know. Yeah, really, have
We've
our
got a
money.
long way to go here in the next year. or
Yeah.
two.
Yeah, it is.
Well, and that's a good thing about this plan is that it's just not good for next year. I mean, we develop it for, what are we going to budget for next year? What are you going to budget in 2027, 28, 29, 30, 40, 50? I mean, it's that longer term plan where no matter who sits in those three chairs, there is a plan that now you three can change it as you go along, but at least we've got some solid direction. Solid waste landfill, maintain landfill operations to meet environmental standards while managing waste efficiently. Investigate recycling and waste reduction initiatives to extend landfill capacity. That's one of the things that, when I did my landfill tour, the difference between having, like a box broken down versus a box that's not broken down or something that's heavy. I mean, you've got a big compactor that's going to pack waste down, but when you take a box this size and you put it in the landfill, it's this size and they cover it up with dirt, it may or may not compact. There could be something in there that gets jammed in there that keeps it from compacting. The more that we can recycle and take that stuff out, is there stuff that we can pull out of there? Because we have limited space, even though we've got more cells, we've got limited space that could fill up compared to taking stuff that can actually degrade naturally without putting it in the landfill. Whole nother conversation of how you want to go about doing that. But, it is, that's the mattress thing that they had that grinds it up is really cool. And it does that because if you put a full mattress in there, it may or may not break down. Now what they do is they've got this little shredder deal that just goes and can shred about anything up. And it makes it smaller. Again, it's easier to compact down, add dirt on top of it, that type of thing. And those are technical terms if you need. I can get with that and have
And
that.
it sounds with
And it
it.
says,
Yeah, come on, here again.
Thinking that we need to send maintenance out there.
Yeah, that's it. Making a sound, weird sound, that is a bad sound.
Doesn't seem right.
Enhance and improve facilities to optimize usage for residential and commercial users. We are talking about doing the scale house and revising that, so we'll have some plans on that.
And this may need to be sooner rather than later, but I think your contamination stuff, the whole livestock
Animal
carcass stuff is gonna probably be an issue. It has the potential to be an issue, let's put it that way. I don't know if people are gonna use it or not, but in time they might.
I've added that for them to take a look at. Weed and pest, implement proactive strategies to manage invasive species and noxious weeds on public and private lands. Jane does a phenomenal job in coordinating all that. Collaborate with landowners and agencies to establish integrated pest management programs that protect natural resources. And with your crickets, how huge of a project did we think, didn't see that one coming a couple years ago, and
Yep, and when I see those weeds in public and private land, the weeds on the federal ground, the Forest Service, that I think it's yellow toad flax, is crazy everywhere. That is wicked.
Or spreading on the state highways into private land.
Yeah. And did I see there's another bill coming that's given a little more, I might have seen a bill that's given a little more bite to that counties can use.
I think I read
I think I did see that.
one
Yeah.
that said that the counties could potentially go onto private land property. If it's the one I'm thinking about, where they could potentially go on there and.
Which they have that ability already if we choose to. State weed law requires, gives you that authority.
Yeah.
So then why do we need a bill?
I can't remember what it was. It was strengthening it, I thought, or maybe I was just rereading the original. I don't know. But somewhere, because the counties do have that authority at this point.
Well, we do, but to exercise that, you still have to go through some serious hoops to do that. Again, it's my private property, and if I like that flowering yellow plant, for you to tell me I can't.
I don't disagree.
And so
but
there is that process of, we can send them a letter saying either you do it or we'll do it and we'll send you a bill. And if they don't do it, then there's some next step you can do and you've got to certify the letters. And, you know, at some point, you know, there could be a court action that says, you know, we've done it, we paid for it, now we want this person to pay for it.
Or you go for a judge and the judge decides whether that he can have that flower or he cannot have that flower.
no, I get it. It's the private property thing, but
Yeah.
when it's spreading everywhere so bad and it really does turn productive land into non-productive land, but I digress. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's important. So under fleets was prioritize, create and maintain a detailed inventory of all county vehicles, including their age, condition. I think it should be vehicles and equipment, I think is on there. Maintain their vehicles and equipment.
About including their equipment, their age, personal height.
Including the age, condition, and remaining service of life, to develop a strategic replacement and maintenance plan that ensures optimization of the fleet size and utilization and aligns with fiscal responsibility, reducing costly repairs and replacements.
I think you can probably break that into
A few.
two different ones at least. All good information.
I would like to see size in there. So
Size.
no, it is there, of fleet size
Mhm.
and utilization, it is there.
Mhm.
And lastly, so this is the last one, natural resources policy. So we have the land and natural resources plan. Collaborate with federal and state agencies to ensure county priorities are represented in public land management decisions, utilizing the land and natural resources plan and policies. Advocate for a balanced scientific approach to grazing, forestry, and energy development based on multiple use principles on public lands. Work collaboratively with federal and state and local agencies as well as stakeholders to develop and implement effective strategies for wolf and predator management to protect the health and safety of livestock, enhance the viability of agricultural operations, and maintain the ecological balance of public lands, watersheds, and wildlife habitats. Long one. And expand recreational opportunities on public lands such as hunting, fishing, and cultural tourism to stimulate local economic activity. Again, one of the things that we need to be very proactive, and hopefully we will be able to have a natural resources person in our board, will be to drive these things home, because now we've got two big policies coming up, the BLM's recreational plan and then CPW's. I think it's called a recreational plan also.
I think
Yeah, the
the
both
states regular, yeah.
The
it's
state. Okay, the
yeah,
state.
Not CPW particularly, but.
Okay, the
DNR.
state.
But it is the
The
park.
state, yeah.
And
That's true.
you know, it's that balance between those particular two plans, at least what I read from, have nothing to do about multi-purpose use, the multi-use thought of mine that says we can have oil and gas and it can still be a place for animals to run wild, for hiking trails, for things like that. It's, you know, and that's the thing that we're going to have to continue to fight on. Try to say that right. Blah, blah, blah.
That too.
So anyhow, onward. Thanks for catching that.
Is there anything in there about grazing,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
agricultural operations?
Grazing, approach to grazing, forestry and energy development. It's 1.3.
And I think
Yeah, but
I'm hopeful that again, Trump pulls back that the BLM's conservation plan. I think that'll get slowed down. And at the state level, trying to think, that was a conversation over there at Cattleman's and they got hammered on it. And
What do you mean they got hammered?
so because they were, it's just recreation plans. And I get it. Recreation is overwhelming the state and the federal issues. I mean, they don't know what to do with all these people that are recreating. But let's see, and what was, I was just trying to think what it was, the reason they gave us an excuse or maybe a valid reason when we were saying, I mean, multiple people said, when instead of having a recreation summit, let's have a multiple use of our public lands. At least have that as a heading. And yeah, right now we're going to focus on this.
This is a piece
But
of it.
have this appear as a summary, or the umbrella. This is just one of many, and let's keep that in mind. The other thing that I think you'll see them doing more and more, well, they welcome the ag people or oil and gas or whatever to those meetings, but they won't come because it's called a recreation one. And so it really behooves us to show up to those things and bring our oil and gas, bring our natural resource people. But again, that's what this natural resource person can do, is be in that loop and know when and where those meetings are, what those conversations going to be, and bring those people with them. I don't know that the Fed one will back off at this point, but I can't help but think it will a little bit because it's going to impact oil and gas.
Well, and it's like, for some reason, they want to operate in a silo where, it's federal lands. And so we need to be able to recreate on it. Well, okay, maybe on some of it, but maybe, it's got to be that balanced approach of, we also need to have grazing,
How do we do it with the other uses?
with the other
I think
uses.
some of that is because a lot of those people that are doing that are from that I-25 corridor, and the recreation and ag are so close together that they see them conflicting. And when you get out here away from that, we need the agriculture stuff is just as important, but over there, they're thinking that it's threatening them. I think it's just almost two different cultures here.
And it's, I think, the people that don't, they don't approve, they don't support beef anyway. They don't eat beef. We don't need it.
We get beef at the grocery store.
Yeah.
We don't.
If they
that
eat it
stuff.
at all. And so we got those things too.
Here's a way that you could do it. California is a huge example of it. The fires that are happening, they said if they allowed those grasses to be grazed, that there wouldn't have been the amount of fuel for the fires. They wouldn't have raged as fast because they didn't have the grazing that needs to be happening on that property. So you could put it as a safety thing as well as
Absolutely.
recreation.
So,
Stuff that we need to pay attention to.
yeah, I didn't say we digress again.
So next steps. So what I'm going to do is I remember that last July, it must have been July or August, we have what's called clear plans. So I will get this all kind of initially put into our clear plans strategy software, and we'll start to build that out. And again, it's a work in progress. We may have to have one more meeting. Once you see that, you can kind of work through it and say, "Ooh, I like this. This didn't turn out the way I wanted it." So I'll need more input on the changes that we've made. And go ahead, Kelly.
So are you thinking you want us to review it before you move it over and put it into something else again?
If you want to take a look at this and make more suggestions in it, that would be great.
It's just easier for me to spend a little time and really study it and think it back and forth.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead though and make the red lines that we've done
Yes,
so
please.
far? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll make sure I've got all the red lines and send you out a separate link to a brand new document.
Okay. That we can all
And
see.
that you can all see
Yeah.
and make comments on, and then we'll start there and get the director's input, and then they will start to develop their plans based on that, based on your
It
direction.
just looked like when you move it into clear plans. It's just.
It will, be little color coded and graphs and stuff.
Yeah.
You can add pictures. So like, there's, it just kind of, it will be eventually that public facing document that says, that's more, well, it's web-based, but also that actually can be printed off in a booklet that says, this is the Rio Blanco County.
That's the same thing. It just is a little more web gooey or however they say.
Web GUI, yep.
I like that.
It will be, it will be very, it will look really good once we have it done. It'll have, and then that's the piece that also comes into the budgeting plan. So as we upload, where we're at in our financial statements, once we have the strategic plan in place, we'll be able to better see, okay, we're spending all this money, but none of it went towards our strategic plan. Is our strategic plan wrong? Does it need to be tweaked, or do we need to focus and say, gosh, instead of having that, I should have this? You're at the grocery store and everything looks good. Do you buy the prime rib or do you buy the tuna fish? Because you want to go on a cruise next year. I mean, that's that kind of.
Well, yeah, but it's one of the most important things I think about this is the new commissioner coming in. I wish I would have had that. Where are we going? Are we headed for a vacation in the desert, or we want to go somewhere else? Where is the county going?
And where we're spending our money at.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is it will also help us track. So one of the things is our reserves that we have. A lot of that has been earmarked for different projects and things. And it's been, it would get sucked back and it's there. It's just, well, what were we saving that money for? Oh yeah. And then when it comes up and you say, we've got to pull, 13 million out of reserves or 5 million or whatever that is. The reason why is because you've been planning for it. It's your, you've now met the goal that you need to get the project done.
Yeah, I'm anxious to look at that and dig into that more to see if so what I'm hearing you say is it does tie the money to the words somehow.
We need to do that.
Yeah.
If we have 10 bridges to replace in 10 years, we got to start putting money away now because
exactly
it's not going to happen.
And if we have that many to replace in 2 years, we're going
trouble.
to pull from the stuff
Yeah,
before and
we're in
why and
trouble.
where and
But we should have been
exactly
planning for it.
exactly.
And prioritizing that
Yes.
too, on top of that, not just bridges, my brain goes to DHS and public health and how we're gonna see our revenue there decline. And so how do we get to those mandatory services? Bare minimum, unfortunately. We can't do all these extra things. For example, the Medicaid, asking, are you on Medicaid? Do you have private insurance? So I think that's how I'm looking at when I'm thinking about all this is I think it ties, all of it ties back to the budget.
It's just, no, it's the same thing. We just use bridges a lot for examples, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And it's easier to think of it just department by department. But if they all know that they're going in that, they're not going in the same direction, but they are connected because it's
very
the
much
people that connect it. Yeah.
And that goes with your elected officials also. So why they have their own directions and things that they need to accomplish, how does that fit in the bigger picture?
And so I think that's a really good question about how do we do that cross training? They're still all county employees. They're all still working for the community. Doesn't matter whose department that they're in. How can we help each other be
Yeah, and we may not be able to tell them what to do, but we can suggest.
well, and I think it would help them too.
Yeah.
So I
that's what
think
I'm saying.
everybody's going to
That's what
be
I'm
happy
saying.
to do
It's
it.
just,
Yeah.
it's more of a,
They were all on board with that. I was very tickled
Yes,
that
they were.
everybody was on board with it. So I have to give a shout out to the directors. They've been so instrumental on every facet of this, as well as all my other daily duties and things like that. Those four gentlemen are worth their weight in gold. They're doing an excellent job.
that means some of them are more valuable than others.
What did I say? No, they're all four. Worth their weight in gold. Yeah, oh, I get it. I see what you did there. That wasn't that sharp.
Like it's taking our second.
That's okay. I was not quite that slow, but close.
So I was close. I was like, why does it do that? Okay, that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
We're
Thank you
done.
for putting that together. I really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
that'll be
And I know you had your directors helping as well, and just want to thank them too. It's a lot of work that went into this already.
Yeah, it is, and it's gonna be a lot more work too, but that's okay. It'll be good.